And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of ESL Open Cup Asia, number 237. I'm, of course, Josai VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the amazing people in the chat and by potentially Yakov the Zaku. Yakov the Zaku, he might join me amidst the broadcast. For now, I'm going to be solo casting, but he might join me for the semi-finals or for the grand finals, so we'll leave the door open for Yakov to jump in. Otherwise, we have our own series to jump into as well. The bracket is live. Some amazing players are lined up here, and we are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. In the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our Chinese Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Lancer. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. We have our initial series, our initial PvP, and this will be leading into a PvZ. Solar is lying in wait. Exclamation mark B will go over the brackets later on, but Solar is waiting for the winner of this series, and we'll be following the winner into Solar, of course. That is where we will follow this. So now we are going to be embracing our initial PvP. Oh, that is not meant to be there. We were casting Sparkling Tuna Cup yesterday, so I will remove the logos mod. I'll remove the tuna, don't worry. For now, it is going to be ESL Open Cup Asia, of course. Your weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. And when it comes to this bracket here today, it is very special. We have a lot of players that have been traveling to Korea, so they're taking part in this week's tournament for the first time in a long, long time. So exciting to see all these players duke it out. Some of the irregulars that we rarely see in ESL Asia. So great to see them make their way to Korea and now take part in these Korean weeklies. Until then, though, we are going to be settling in. We do have our initial our initial gate expand setup here. For those that are curious, we do have some standard openers. Because of the map, because of the ramp coming into the natural, we do lead into more economic builds. No 2 gate openers, and here we go. We go for the faster Nexus. Again, it was a single gas expand here from Lancer, a much greedier build from our Chinese Protoss. Meanwhile, Trap is going to be opening up with something different with a bit of a more delayed expansion here. May opt to go for a faster Stargate into the Nexus. Zealot has arrived. Do apologize for some of the stuttering you can see here. It looks like potentially there may be some latency going on. We'll just quickly make sure that we're all good on our end. Make sure we get rid of everything else, and hopefully that does clear up over the course of the broadcast. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. For now, we are going for the fastest target. As you did mention, because Trap opened up 2 double gas, meanwhile Lancer did not, Trap is going for a faster tech structure of choice and going for the faster Stargate. That means a lot more onus on Trap to get some damage done, as the shield battery is going to finish up and Lancer is looking to defend. So Lancer is going to be our defender, meanwhile Trap is going to be the aggressor. Meanwhile, Zealot does slip into the mineral line. 1 probe going to be going down. Can we get a second? Oh, we can! 2 probe kills, 3 probe. Oh my god, a Trap. This is getting so much more than it ever should. The Zealot pulled away there, and with that, 6 probe kills. 6 workers, almost 7. We can! 7 probes go down. That 1 worker has 1 probe kill. It's crazy. And Trap forced to expand elsewhere, forced to take the unnatural. Natural, it's a really awkward base setup here, but Trap gets an insane amount of damage with the first Zealot. That should not have happened. And what's scary here, that's 8 probe kills, by the way, is that we're not done. We have an Adept shading into the main base. Looks like 1 more probe. No, never mind. Then we got 1 more probe is going to go down, and we have Oracles. Oracles are moving out across the map. We will clean up whatever is left. No shield battery in the main base. No shield battery whatsoever. It's here at the natural, and that means we can just go for the dive and focus on as many workers as we can. For now, the Soldiers will zone away the Oracle, but we head to natural. We head to natural. Instead, we catch another worker. Another 1, almost another 2. Oof, just barely not. But again, very nice control here out of Trap, getting so much damage done with so little. And with that, Trap will take a hefty worker lead, will take an economic lead as well. The downside is the base setup here. I mean, like, what is this? we're still in an awkward position here, as we do have our Stargate opener. We're following this up with a Void Ray after the initial Oracle. Oracle diving back into the main, going for the probe kills, and more probes are going to be going down. Shield battery's not ready. Yeah, the shield battery is just not ready. Not yet. We get another 4 probe kills and Lancer is all in. At this point, he's committed. We have to move out across the map. Shield battery is under fire. Void Ray has arrived, and we can't activate the prismatic alignment. Prismatic alignment is activated. We focus on one. We focus on almost two stalkers, three stalkers as well. We shut down the counter attack. We shut down the push. Trap will defend. GG gets called, and Trap takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. I didn't even get to do the predictions, Pappy. I was so engrossed in the game. The predictions are now open, so you can place your bets in the chat. As a reminder, this is for a best of 3, but Trap is leading the series 1-0. I apologize for not opening up the predictions. I was just so engrossed by the opener and by the aggression, by everything that was going on. Did miss it, but regardless, we're getting ready for game 2. And that was quite a game out of Trap. It was a very nice, greedy start from Lancer, but Trap got an insane amount of damage. She got, what, 7 probe kills with 1 Zealot and 1 probe. That was crazy. That was out of this world. The amount of damage that Trap got early on, and that just compounded. It just snowballed out of control with the Adept, with the Oracle, and we forced the all-in. Void Ray came out just in time. Trap was more than ready, more than prepared, and with that, GG. We're getting ready for game number 2. We have our map. We have our lobby of choice. We're going to be loading into Golden Aura. Let's go. Golden Aura is going to be coming up next. Make sure we have everyone involved. Making sure we have all the people as we are loading in. Beautiful. Catching up with the chat. Just finished Dark vs. Clem from KSL last week. It looks like with this bracket we have hope for a rematch in the finals. True. I was kind of alluding to it, but yes, Clem is in Korea right now. Not just Clem, it's Trigger, it's Future, and Estrella. There's 4 of those NA boys. Clem is now an NA boy, apparently. He's been adopted by the NA players in the NA region. Well, they are living in Korea, they're all bunking together, and they're all playing in Korean weekly tournaments as a result. In tournaments like KSL, Kung Fu Cup, and even ESL Asia, they're also scattered throughout the bracket. Keep an eye out, you may spot them. As for now, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have our Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Lancer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is a Trap. Let's go. Also catching him in the chat. That sounded like Yaku is a cat. We'll just leave the door open. Yeah. We'll leave the door open. And if Yaku wants... Oh, I need to get rid of the tuna. the tuna's still here. It's making me hungry. I'll get rid of it after this series, I promise. But yes, Yaku is our pet? Question mark? We'll wander in, I'm sure, at some points when Yaku is ready. Until then, now that we're loading into Golden Aura, this time there is no racks. There's no racks. Obviously there's no racks. There's no gate expand is what I meant to say. There's no ramp coming into the natural. Instead, the ramp is here in the main, and that means that we have 2 gate openers apiece. It's going to be 2 gate opener here out of Lancer, 2 gate opener out of Trap, and we are setting up our proxy. We're getting ready for a 1 base all-in. Based on the pylon location, this should not be a Stargate. This should be a Robo or a Gateway, and we're going to be doubling down. Very short series here. Game 1 was like 4 minutes. Game 2, maybe even shorter than that. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to embrace the chaos shots. What you got? Cybercore still on the way. Once it's done, we can throw down our tech structure. Most likely a Robo. We shall see. Twilight Council's done. Sorry, Cybercore's done. Cybercore is completed, and there it is. We have the Robo across the map. Trap reading this so well. Goes for the defensive Robo. Now what's happening here is that Trap is scouting. Trap with this probe scout, he confirms the pylon is missing. There should be a second pylon, this pylon right here. Second pylon should be in the main base at this point, and it isn't. Second pylon is nowhere to be found. That is the 3rd pylon placed next to the gas geyser. Trap knows his timings. He knows that something is wrong, that there is a proxy. It could be a fake proxy pylon, true. Could be a fake out, or it could be real. Trap is playing it safe. Trap plays it safe. Defensive Robo gives us immortal production, gives us a prism as well. Trap playing very carefully here will delay his expansion, and honestly, this is working out beautifully here for Trap. He is working beautifully. Meanwhile, Adepts are going to be shading across the map. Trap in position. Ooh, we do trade with each other. Going to be bleeding out an adept for an adept. Nice retargeting. Both players do pull it off. Trading 1 for 1. Adept shading out, and ooh, we do commit. We get caught out. Yeah, Trap, he does keep that adept alive. Does have a little bit of extra DPS, and we are checking, we are scouting, and we do not. We do confirm. Yeah, we did get eyes on the rover. Fully aware of what's going on. Prism has arrived. Immortal behind this as well. Second pylon's on the way to keep everything powered. And Trap even trying to sneak up on this position here. Or even just go across the map. Yeah, we're going across the map. Okay. Prism across the map. This is to cripple the economy. It's to deter the all-in, or just weaken the all-in that much more. As we do have the high ground. We have our Immortal, we have our Sentries. Sentries with Force Fields would completely shut down the army. And Lancer is waiting for his own War Prism. And looking at the army sizes here, we have Immortal versus Immortal. We have 5 Stalkers. We have a Stalker lead for Lancer. Does have the Stalker lead, but here come the Adepts into the main. And 2 Adepts taking one-shot probes. And probes are going down. We get 2, we get 3, we get 4. Oh my god, 5 probe kills. This is an insane amount of damage. Lancer, he was all in before, but now he's completely all in. There's no turning back from here. We do barely save that Stalker. Barely we do blink back. Do micro back. You know, we get 7 probe kills across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Lancer's economy is crippled. And now we're up to 2 Immortals. The Prism recalls back home. So now we can micro defensively. We can juggle back. Speaking of, yep, just in time. We save the Immortal, we do force it back. Shield battery is ready. We have the overcharge if need be. Second gateway is being rebuilt. And Trap, he's going for the add-on. Going for the add-on, he's going for the proxy. Going for the pylon. Pylon is under fire. Stalkers do come in though to help defend. We pick off 1 Stalker. The Prism! Ooh, Prism goes down. Massive pick-off! We catch the Prism, we catch the Immortal. Risky move here by Trap, and he pays the price for it. Is gonna lose everything. We'll trade as best he can, but that was still a brutal trade. That was what, 2 Stalkers and a War Prism for 4. Sorry, 2 Immortals and a War Prism for 4 Stalkers. Not the best trade for Trap. Is caught with his pants down. And that means even though Lancer lost all those probes, we're still in this. This is still back and forth. We are still very much in this. Lancer does have the Immortal and the Prism lead. Races back home. Saves the Adepts. Bringing them over. And this is still not cut and dry here. It's still a very tense game state. Lancer now up in Immortals. Now, thankfully, because of the economic lead that Trap had, he can replace what he just lost. Oh. Sentry goes down. Good pick off there by Lancer. At the same time, Adepts into the mineral line, and that does create an opening. Yeah, the army backs off, and that means Lancer can move in. I said we can move. Never mind. Ooh, the Prism goes down. Oh, both players being a little bit too risky there with their War Prisms. It does fall. And now we can hold on to the high ground here with a force field. Force fields are all we need. This means that Lancer cannot jump on over. And we're going for the pylon once again. We saw how poorly this went for Trap last time, but this time we do escape. We do get away. Trap will manage to snipe that pylon, depowers the proxy, moving out across the map. And back at home, as we just mentioned, there's no War Prism. There's no War Prism for Lancer, so how do we push up the ramp? What I'm referring to, if we throw down a force field, there's no pushing in. There's no breaking up this ramp, not anymore. As long as we have a sentry in position. Oh, as I say that, sentries, they do respond, and the army moves in. Oh, shield battery goes down. We have to pull the boys. Shield battery does go down. No more overcharge either. Across the map, Immortals are getting damage done, but what about back at home? We're getting the pylons. Pylons are falling one after the other. 3 Immortals here for Lancer. And we have to pull the boys. We're collapsing on the main army. We catch 1 of the Immortals. Still going to be a rough trade here for Trap, but he does pull out with another Immortal just in time. The Immortal arrives, we shut down the army, we collapse here on the Immortals, and we force a recall. Across the map, the Prism taking a lot of hits. Does have to get the hell out of here, but GG gets called. We do hold, we survive. And Trap takes the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Trap will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. That was a very, very chaotic game, and even here in game 2, Lancer had his moments where he was able to catch the Prism, able to catch the Immortals. It was very tense, but alas, Trap, because of the economic damage he dealt, he could afford, or he could afford a mistake, is what I'm saying. He could afford a mistake, he could afford to lose his Immortals. It wasn't ideal by any means, but he was able to recover from that, and able to bounce back. Whew. And with that, congratulations, Trap will take the series. My condolences to Lancer as he's going to be eliminated from the tournament. And now Trap is up against his next opponent. He's up against a Zerg player, Solar. Let's have a look at the brackets. Let's hop on over and have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. Let's have a look together. Oh, also the tuna. I have to get rid of the tuna first. Hold on. You can bam. You can have a gander at the bracket in the time being. Hold on. Do have to remove the tuna. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. From the top. We have Dark. Let's zoom in a little bit. Oh no, that did not help. There we go. We have Dark. Dark is waiting for the winner of Lemon versus Jeshi. I was tempted. I was very tempted to jump on this PvP leading into Dark. But I believe Wardy is casting Classic versus Creator. This PvP is being covered by Wardy, so he's going to be following that into, I imagine, Dark in the quarterfinals. So if Wardy has this portion, we try to avoid. We try to avoid each other. We try to spread out and cover as much ground as possible when it comes to the English casters, so I'm leaving this portion of the bracket to Wardy, and let's scroll down a little bit further. Not too much though, because we have our series. Trap versus Lancer just wrapped up. Winner goes up against Solar in the round of 16. That is our next series. And scrolling down from there, we have Nice versus Dash in a PvP. Winner goes up against Byun. Winner goes up against either Trap or Solar. This is the portion of the bracket we're going to be focusing on. Trap, Solar, Nice, Byun. This is where we are focusing, at least for the next couple of matches. This is where our attention does lie. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have the lower half of the bracket. Let me just quickly slip into some DMs though, and make sure we don't get left behind. Beautiful. Just slipping in. Scrolling down, we have Lunacy. Oh, we have Lunacy versus Future in a PvT. I mentioned this before, but Future is currently in Korea. He's living in Korea with Estrella, with Trigger, and with Clem. They're all together in Korea. As far as I know, those are the only foreigners that are currently residing in Korea. If there are others, let me know. I know that Scarlet is in China, not in Korea. I know that much at least. But unaware if there are maybe some others that are joining those NA boys and those NA players. So a little bit in the dark as of that. Well, now scrolling down, so we do have Lunacy versus Future into Gumiho. We have Nightmare versus Fork into Oliveira. A lot of Terran representation here. We got Oliveira, Future, Gumiho up against the Protoss players of Nightmare and Lunacy. Best of luck. Scrolling down to the lower half of the bracket, we have a bit of a team kill, a team house kill, as Trigger and Estrella, they're living together and they are facing off. There's an NA PvP currently ongoing. Winner goes up against either Clem, Ryung, or Rex. Oh boy. So some insane matches that are taking place there. Wish them all the best of luck. I was really tempted to jump on the TVT. If I'm referring to Ryung. I'm referring to Ryung versus Clem. That is going to be a rematch. That's going to be a spicy one. So I was very tempted to jump on that. Alas, we chose to go for the PvP into Solar instead. But that's also another really, really good series. And you can hear the beeps. We're jumping on it. And I hope everything's okay. Okay, we're good. we're okay. We're okay. We are settling into our PVZ. Vetoes are done. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. So place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Gen G Esports. It is a Trap. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. go. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to... a big shout out to where's the Eddie key? Oh, where is it, man? Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, no. The stream is gonna go down. Gracias, papi. But thank you so much for the 1,000 bits in the chat. We do appreciate the support. Thanks to the support that we get, we're able to, of course, invest as much time as we do into casting, into all the StarCraft content that we do produce. So thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we are settling into our second series of the day. Again, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. But now we have a Hatch Gas Pool standard opener out of Solar. Meanwhile, Gate Expand out of Trap. We are easing our way in. We're settling in, Pat. Settling in. As again, we had a very chaotic first series with Trap versus Lancer, but now we're going to be calming things down and we're going to be settling into the mid-game, I imagine, between Trap and Solar. Now, Trap has been a beast. If you were watching the stream, if you're watching the CranKy Ducklings over the past couple of weeks, you would know that Trap has been popping off in these online events and has been on a tear specifically in this matchup. It was in last week's ESL Open Cup Asia where Trap was the one that took down Dark. Took down Shin. Like Trap, he popped off against Zerg players, and it wasn't until he met his end at the hands of a Terran, if I remember correctly. I think it was Oliveira. If I recall, it was Oliveira, or was it Classic? It was one or the other. Just double check that. So we'll see if Trap's reign does continue. Yeah, Trap, he took down Dark and Shin 2-0. He 2-0'd Dark, he 2-0'd Shin. He was popping off. Trap met his end at the hands of Oliveira. But Trap did not play against Solar. You know, a player was missing there. Solar, he got knocked out by Oliveira. He didn't get a chance to play against Trap, so I'm curious how they compare. Curious how they do compare. Basically, Trap, he took down 2 of the top 3 Zerg players in Korea. There's one left out. There's one that he has yet to really claim. And that is Solar. For now, is going to be the Stargate follow-up. Again, pretty standard tech choice here by Trap. Going for the Gate Expand into Stargates. Meanwhile, we see Solar droning up, keeping up with the Adepts, and keeping up with the Shades. We're keeping up, man. Keeping up. Back at home should be an Oracle opener. There we go. Oracle is in production. Should be double, if not triple Oracle into a third base. Again, this is just a really secure way to open up in PvZ. Oracles, they give you a lot of harassment potential. They give you a lot of map control. They give you a lot of safety. The reason for this, if Solar tried to delay the third base, the Oracle can race back home quite quickly and, of course, activate his Pulsar Beam, shut down all the lings, shut down all the aggression, and allow us to expand. At the same time, also keeping the economy in check and scouting across the map as well, making sure there's no fast gases, no fast lair, no fast tech. The Oracles, they got a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, as the Oracle moves out, here come those Lings. Lings are moving out across the map. Oracle does hit the natural. Queens are in position. The Oracle does take a lot of damage, but doesn't go down. We do pull back. Across the map, we have a second Oracle. Again, it's in position to defend, to protect the third. Lings, they're going for the Stalker. No, they're going for the natural. Up! We warp in just in time. The natural base is going to be saved. To save the natural. Lings back up. Behind this, Twilight Council on a 4. Just going to be a standard follow-up. +1 and Blink from Trap. Here we go. And with two Oracles, we can one-shot workers. 3 drones full here at the third base. Nicely done. Queens barely not able to keep up. Barely out of position. We do dive back in. Yeah, Trap, he's not done. He rotates around. 8 drones go down. Very nice damage so far with these Oracles, and they both will escape. They back off. They can regenerate their shields, regenerate their energy, and dive back in. Meanwhile, Solar going for a Roach Warren. Pretty standard Roach Warren timing here is designed to keep us safe. We're getting into our lair. We're still droning up. Meanwhile, Trap is not going into Blink. A very aggressive follow-up. It's going to be Charge +1. Gateway Explosion. It's going to be Charge Lot Archon. A much more aggressive follow-up here from Trap. Meanwhile, as the Oracles are being active, Lings go for a counterattack, but we have Adepts in position. And the shield battery is almost done. Yeah, so far the defense is looking strong here for Trap. He deflects the Lings. Oracles move out. No way into the natural. Solar is now taking a 4th. Not a bad time here. Not a bad timing, but is still trying to re-drone. Oh! As the Oracles almost overextend. Getting a tumor. And what's scary right now is that as Solar's being distracted, if Solar drones up too much, and he has been losing workers, so he's been busy droning, he may just die to the push. As we mentioned before, this is not a macro setup here. We are getting ready for a timing. A very strong +1 charge timing. 8 more gates on the way. Quickly checking. Yep, it's going to be an 8-gate 3-base setup here from Trap. I say setup, I was about to say all in, but we are taking extra gases. These extra gases tell us that we may be looking to get into +2 and maybe expand from here. So we'll see how Trap does commit, as gases have now finished up. And Solo does confirm he's checking for the 4th. He's checking for the 4th base. Trap has not saturated, but he is opening up the 4th. Does open it up. Probes are going to be going down. At the same time, here comes that push. +1 is done. Charge is done. But Roaches that come out just in time. We have Queens. We have Roaches. We're waiting for another warp in. Without another warp in, we cannot break this position. And Trap, he retreats. Second Robo. Second Robo is on the way. We're saturating our gases. We're getting a 4th. Longer game. Okay, Trap, he's setting up for that longer game that we did mention. We had a +1 timing, but as you saw here, Trap opted not to commit because he saw that Solar was ready. He saw that Solar wasn't too greedy, he didn't overdrone. If Solar cut corners, then Trap could have just gone in. But Trap respects the army. Respects the army, backs off, longer game, Immortals. Now, as Trap is taking into Immortals, we do see Solar working towards a Hive. Hydrogen's already done, Hive is on the way, Lurker Den as well. Solar, he's transitioning out of Roaches into Hydra Lurker Viper. That is the plan. That is the end goal, the end game here for Solar. Archon's going to be dipping in. Oh, catching a Queen. Oh my god, the Queen getting very low. We do snipe the Queen. Good pick up here by Trap, but the Prism. Prism takes a lot of damage. Solar's keeping up. And again, tech-wise, it's going to be a window here. There's going to be a timing where we can make use of these Lurkers. Lurkers are on the horizon. Lings, they scout the 4th. Do check the 4th base. Trap gonna be able to shut them down. Nice pick off here from Trap. Shuts down the Lings, getting into mass Immortal production. But again, the Immortals will take some time to really get into. So Solar's safe. Solar's safe back at home. He's taking another base, taking a 5th. Base is on the way. Massing up those Lurkers. Hive is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. These Lurkers are early. Usually we wait for the Hive upgrades to finish, but because of Trap's aggressive nature, and because it's moving out, we need these Lurkers sooner rather than later. We need those Lurkers. Here we go. Trap is pushing. And we do have Storm. Storm is done. We have 3 High Templar so far. Zealot Runby being set up towards the left-hand side. Is also going for the northern base. At the same time, Trap is pushing forward. Clearing up some creep. Lurkers are in position, but it's not about the main army. It's about the run-by. Zealots, they hit the 5th. At the same time, Roaches, they hit the 4th. Trap does have warp-ins. He does defend. At the same time, Roaches, they respond to the Zealots. They should be able to clean them up. Oh, can we get the base? Oh! The base is going to go down just barely. The base does fall. And Trap backs off. So Solar, he survives. He does defend the initial push, but he bleeds out of base, so we would need to double expand at this point. Yep, there we go. Goal base as well. So Solar, he's a little bit behind. He has to double expand to keep up with his production. Take these bases, and it looks like Trap, he recognizes, I cannot break you. Against this many Lurkers, Solar will not be broken, so Trap, he's embracing a later game with Sky Toss. That's a Fleet Beacon on the way. That's a Fleet Beacon. That's a 3rd Robo as well. That's going to be triple Immortal production. That's going to be a lot of Immortals on the way for Trap. Getting ready for a longer game. Applying some pressure. Lurkers are keeping up. We do have a bit of a stalemate, but Solar, he does slip in. Solar, somehow, some way, he does slide right into the natural. Takes down the cannon. Trading here with these Stalkers. Now, we're not getting any economic damage, true, but we're trading well against Stalkers, and the Roaches, we have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of the Roaches. We have to free up supply for more Lings, more Hydras, more Lurkers. Trap trying to force his way into the 3rd base. Not a bad Storm. on those Lings. But pushing into lurkers is never an easy thing to do. And Solar is keeping up. Getting an Archon. Not bad. Archon does fall. Trap, his army is very battered, very bruised. We have to back off. Meanwhile, the Roaches is still alive. They get 2 probes. They distract Trap. And again, we had to get rid of those Roaches. Likewise, these Roaches we also have to get rid of as well. As the lurkers keep up with Trap, Solar going for that harassment. Adrenals on the way, more Lings as well. Embracing those upgrades. Roaches and Lings, they do break into the natural. No shield battery. Nova charge. Pick up an Archon. Trap getting pulled apart a little bit here. Bleeding off a handful of units here and there. It does add up over time. And Rocks are being knocked down. We're trying to force our way up the ramp. Alas, Trap is in position. We have to find another way in. Stasis traps are ready. Mothership is on the way. We have 2 more Stargates is what we spoke about Skytoss earlier. We're getting there. We're getting to the Skytoss. But Solar, he's already in his face here and now. Threading the bases of Trap, and Solar finds his way into the gold. Kind of. The lurkers are not quite in position. Nice storm. Yeah, lurkers, they do rotate closer to the gold. And Big Spine just going to be going up. Oof. Mortals do go down. We pick off an Immortal. We're going for the Nexus. Nexus getting low. The Nexus is so low. Oh my god. Lurkers are getting within range at the same time. Solar going to be distracting Trap at the natural, and the Nexus will fall. Yeah, big pick off here from a Solar. Takes down the Nexus. At the same time, Roaches, they slip into the main, distracting Trap once again, forcing warp-ins. Trap's main army is quite competitive. It's quite terrifying, actually, with all those Immortals and Storm. We catch reinforcements, and are we going for a base trade? Do we commit across the map? Solar, he's going for the 4th Nexus. He's going for the economy. Never mind, he turns around. Yeah, Trap is committing. Trap is committing, and Solar, he wants to catch out this army. Oh, and Trap, this is a bold move. Pushing onto creep. Prone to getting surrounded. And here comes the surround. Solar from the front, from behind. He takes down the Mothership. He catches out the Immortals. Yeah, massive catch here, and Trap gets caught out. Gonna bleed out so much. The High Templar, the Immortals, he barely will escape. At the same time, 13 probes go down. No mining whatsoever at the 4th. And Trap is pulled apart. It was a crazy move going for the counterattack, but I mean, what could he do? The Immortals go down, he gets cleaned up, GG gets called, and Solar will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very tense back and forth there for Solar and Trap. Trap definitely had some moments. He had some windows of opportunity, which he wasn't quite able to make use of. Wasn't able to break Solar with the initial Zealot timing. Likewise with the follow-up Immortal push as well. We saw that Trap was working towards Skytoss. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't start these Stargates earlier. Basically, I'm talking about when he threw down the Fleet Beacon. I was expecting Stargates in line with the Fleet Beacon. Alas, the Stargates were delayed, which meant we only made the Mothership. We did not make any carriers or any, not just carriers, we didn't make any Tempest either. We didn't really embrace Skytoss there. It was a little bit further on down the line. And on the one hand, if we're not going to embrace Skytoss, that's one thing, that's okay, but we only had pure Immortal Storm. Like, there were no Disruptors, for example, to also facilitate for the ground-based army. The ground army was a little bit lacking there, and yeah, Trap, he was just in a really awkward position. Was one step behind the Lurkers of Solar. Was one step behind, and Solar was just out-positioning and out-zoning Trap. And now we're settling into game number 2. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Here we go. Catching up. Round of 16, wait, so few people are signing up for ESL Asia. ESL Asia is usually the smallest of the weeklies when it comes to all the regions, referring to Asia, Americas, and Europe. But Asia is usually smaller, but Asia is usually, the quantity is a little bit lower, but the quality is very, very high. We cast Europe and Americas as well from time to time. I mean, we cast Americas every week, Europe every now and then as well. And the thing with the European and the Americas regions is that usually the first couple of rounds, like the round of 64, round of 32, even the round of 16, can contain amateur players. Or again, it takes a little bit for the tournament to really get going, and it takes a while for the big hitters or the big names to start hitting each other. Here in ESL Asia, we have Trap and Solar. Like, already in the round of 16, we have like top 2 Zerg player in the world, like top 2 Zerg player in Korea here for Solar, and we have Trap, who's again quickly rising through the ranks here of the Korean scene. And amongst the Protoss players, I would almost say Trap is top 3, at least top 4, but like maybe even top 3 Protoss in Korea. Top 2 obviously being Hero and Classic. But Creator, Nightmare, Trap, they're all quite comparable just behind them. So yeah, the quality path, it's insane. Meanwhile, Solo going for a proxy hatch. A proxy hatch here across the map in the natural is going to delay the expansion. Solar not cheesing behind this. He is going for a hatch into gas into spawning pool. So economic opener out of Solar. He's just trying to delay the economy of Trap. He does do so. Again, he forced out a second gateway, forced out a Zealot, forcing out 2 Adepts at a time. Trap needs to be aggressive. He needs to find some economic damage here to make it worth his while. So Solar did successfully delay the economy, but now we have to reap what we sow. Now we have to defend the counterattack. And here come the Adepts. Zealots and Adepts are moving out across the map. Trap is looking and hoping to catch some workers. And Solar is amassing Lings. Queens are still on the way. But the hatchery, sorry, the spawning pool was a little bit later. It was delayed. We will threaten the low ground. Ooh. Drone taking some hits. Lings pulling back. Setting up for a surround. 1 drone does fall. 1 worker kill so far. We get a second drone as well. Almost a third. 2 drone kills. Adepts a shade into the main base. 3 drone kills. And can we get 4? Oh my god, almost. Casito, papi, casito. And 3 drone kills and we get shut down. Not bad. Not a bad trade. 3 drones may not sound like a lot. Oh my god, we get 5? This is getting out of hand. This is becoming too much. 5 drone kills. Aye. We still have 2 Adepts as well. We can still threaten the bases. Bearing in mind, we only have 20 workers, so 5 drones, that's a pretty big chunk here. Pretty big blow to the economy of Solar. Like 2 or 3 would be acceptable, but this is becoming a bit much, and Trap is going to follow this up with what looks to be Glaive Adepts. Twilight Council's on the way, 3rd gateway as well. This could either be Glaives or DTs. One or the other. But a very aggressive follow-up here by Trap. Just hyper aggression from our South Korean Protoss. This could just be 3-gate Glaives into a 3rd base. And it looks like that's going to be the case. So what I'm referring to here, this is not an all-in. This is a very aggressive follow-up, but this does lead into an expansion. Now what makes this different to a regular Glaive Adept build is only 3 gateways and no robo. There is no robo. That means that there's no Warp Prism, there's no way to reinforce across the map. That means that the money that would have been spent on a robo is going to be spent on a 3rd base instead. We can expand with this. This is, in a way, a macro Glaive Adept build. Or one of the more macro Glaive Adept builds. Initial wave of Adepts do move out. Roach Warren's on the way, it's halfway done. And here comes that 3rd base from Trap that we did mention. Glaives is still yet to kick in, but I'm concerned for Solar. Solar is in the dark. Right now, he wants to drone. Like, because we lost so many workers, Solar, he wants to drone heavily. We have to make sure we don't over-drone. So far, Lings are amassing. Roach Warren is done. We have a handful of Roaches on the way. Thankfully, Solar is making an army. And Trap will soon pull the trigger. Now, because of the 3rd base behind this, and because of the setup towards the mid-game, this doesn't have to kill Solar. This doesn't have to get too much damage. We need to trade, though. Ideally, we do want to trade. Trading out Lings, trading out drones as well. See what kind of value we can get here with these adepts. So they do dip in. Solar's keeping up. Again, Solar, he only droned up to 36. Now we're droning a little bit further. Let's poke in. We're coming for the surround. The Vials. Yeah, the Vials, they will connect me. Lock down the adepts. Oh my god, massive connections. A very nice catch, and Solar almost loses nothing. I spoke too soon. Adepts do shade into the third. We're gonna get 5 drone kills here at the third base. Nice damage here from Trap. Does shade away, but now we have to defend against a counterattack. As Solar is moving out across the map. And what do we have here to defend? We have a shield battery, we have some adepts. Not that much, and if we can get another surround, we can pile down the army for a second time. There it is, the Vials once again. We do shade away. Whew. Clutch shade there out of Trap, but we have control of the third base, and this third, it's gonna be knocked down. There's no saving it, not with this. And the Vials, they take down the shield battery. Adept shade across the map. Solar will chase the adepts initially, taking them very seriously. And that means the third base survives. Ooh. Third base does survive. Solar more concerned with retaining his own drone count. And the game will continue. Game will continue here. Solar checks the third. Now we have an Immortal. Now we have sentries. We have force fields. Trap defense. Trap, he will defend, but it's okay because Solar has been heavily droning. And he's up to 69. Nice. Up to 69 drones back at home. Fully saturated on 3 bases. Can now take a 4th. There we go. 4th is on the way. Solar's looking quite comfortable. And I mentioned before that Trap needed to trade with those adepts. He did not trade well enough. And he was unable to saturate his third as well. He had no control of the third base. So Trap is up against the wall. It's up against the wall. There's a lot of pressure right now on the Protoss player to find some damage across the map. To slip into some mineral lines, go for some drone kills, pick up some queens. You need to do something here. And we do slip into the main. At least we attempt to. Dropping on over. Adepts are going to be shut down. Oh, they do catch 2 drones. And the adepts are saved, actually. Very nice control here. Both adepts are deep in the red, but Trap does save them. It's a very nice micro out of Trap. Back at home, getting up to his own 3-base setup. For the most part, he's stuck at home. Blink is still on the way, so this is a bold move out here by Trap. He's quite prone to being surrounded, so he has to be very careful with his movement. As he is pushing onto creep, he does confirm that the rocks are being knocked down. Is aware. Trap, he pulls back, making sure he doesn't get surrounded. Thankfully. Trap pulls away, and fun fact, Solar, remember earlier how I said he droned up to 69? He's not droned. He has not droned since. He's still on 67 workers as he's been building units. Sorry, creating buildings. Using some of those drones. And what does this mean? This means that we are going for essentially a 3-base push. Like, this is 3-base saturation. We have a 4th, but, you know, we're running out of minerals elsewhere. We did transfer over. And Solar, he's looking to max out here on 3-base saturation. Lings, Banes, Roaches, Ravagers. Solar, he's going for 1 kill move. He's looking to knock down this 3rd base and claim the series. Trap, can he hold? We have 3 shield batteries. We have an overcharge. True. That's a lot of shield batteries ready. We have force fields as well. But Solar's going to be collapsing on this from multiple angles, from the front, from behind. Nice force fields. The force fields are going to be knocked down. Overcharges pop. We collapse on the main army. Baileys, they connect. Massive connections. We cannot micro back. The Immortals are barely saved, but GG gets called. The 3rd base is broken, and Solar will take the series 2-0. GG. Solar does what Dark and Shin could not. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Solar. What I'm referring to last week in ESL Open Cup Asia, we had Trap pop off. Trap 2-0 Dark and he 2-0'd Shin. Trap took down so many big Zerg players last week, but he missed Solar. And Solar clearly having his number here. Solar, he does fight back. He does get his revenge. Or I say get his revenge. He avenges, you know, the other fellow Zerg players. And Solar will advance on into the quarterfinals. GG, well played. When it comes to Trap, Game one, again, we were trying to hit some certain timings. Trap was trying to hit some timings, and he wasn't quite able to. He was harassing very nicely with his oracles. Was harassing nicely. Oh my god, do we have our series? Do we already have our next game here? We may. Okay, Solo Heat advances on to the quarterfinals, and I'd love to discuss the game a little bit here, but I do need to quickly set up because we have our next series. We have our next opponent. Go. As we're just quickly getting ready, I don't want to get left behind. Okay, we're good, we're good. We are good to go. So yeah, with that, congratulations to Solar. Trap is going to be knocked down, going to be limited. All right, referring to the last couple of games. Again, we were trying to hit certain timings in game one versus Solar, but at last we were hoping that maybe Solar was being a little bit greedier. Solar was playing very safe against Trap, was able to keep up and shut him down and get into Lurker Tech. Here in game two, Solo took the initiative, and Trap once again was put under pressure to get damage done. He was the one that went for the Glaive Adepts, and the Glaive Adepts were not worth it in the end. He got shut down, he got completely surrounded. The the army movement from Solo was insane. Catching out all those Adepts, and GG. GG, well played. We're jumping into our next series. It's going to be a PvT between Björn and Nice. We go. Is it going to be that PvT? And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have... choosing the outcome. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Team Little Fairy. It is Nice. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. We are jumping in mid-series, and as a reminder, the winner of this best of 3 advances on to face off against Solar in the next round. Oh boy. So the winner will play against Solar. Who's it gonna be? I mean, again, Björn is the heavy favorite. True, he is the favorite player, but I want to believe that Nice can threaten him, can pose a threat here and potentially bounce back. We can see Nice checking for proxies. He checks the linear third and also checks the triangular third base as well. Nice, a little bit paranoid. Don't blame him. Fading out, trying to get a read on what Björn is up to. Going for the probe scout. Back at home, Björn opening up economically. That's going to be a single gas opener. That means a faster command center. So economic opener here out of Björn. There it is, CC on the low ground as well. Okay, I see you, Björn. And the probe does confirm. So Nice, upon seeing the CC timing, he knows, okay, economic opener, later factory. Is going to dip in, and doesn't quite commit. Behind this, it could be a 3cc 111. Sorry, it could be a 3cc 3 racks. It could be a 3 rack straight up as well. We can see a factory is on the way. So we may even be opening up with some drop play. Meanwhile, just catching up in the chat. All right. Of course. Just catching up. Oh, great passing. Oh, thank you, Poppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Nice part of the bracket that we picked. We should have either Björn or Nice ready when this best of 3 finishes. Yeah. I mean, hey, we found ourselves mid-series. We're good to go. For those that are curious, when it comes to the brackets, we usually try to focus on a portion of the bracket, so we're going to be focusing our attention here in the section containing Solar and Björn and Nice leading into each other. The upper half of the bracket. We'll see. Behind this, we do have a robo opener. Interesting. Okay, so as we're now done catching up with the chat, back at home we have a 1-1-1. We referred to a drop opener earlier, and Bjorn is embracing some drop play, going for a double cyclone into a medevac, into a move out. We can move out with both cyclones and the Marines. A very aggressive opener here by Bjorn. Back at home, nice opening up very defensively. What I'm referring to is the robo. So you have 3 tech options in Protoss, as Protoss in PvT. You have Robo, Twilight Council, or Stargate. Both Twilight Council and Stargate give you map control. They give you map control. They allow you to harass. They allow you to shut down drop play and be active on the map. With a Robo opener, less so. We have Immortals, we have the Bay, we have Colossus production going to be available. Much more defensive here. So we should be setting up back at home. And here comes Bjorn. Bjorn is moving out with our Cyclones, Marines. We have the Liberator rallied across the map as well. Again, a very aggressive setup here by Bjorn. As Nice tries to take a third base, we have the Immortal on the way. The Immortal's not ready, though. The Immortal is not ready yet. And we boost into the main. Stalkers are in position, but the lock-ons are real. We get the lock-on. Shield battery is ready, though. Oh no! We overextend. One Stalker goes down. Massive pick-off. Now we can go for the other. We go for the second. Second Stalker will fall as well. At the same time, Nice is holding onto the ramp. Does defend, but here comes the drop from behind. We come in from behind. We catch another Stalker. 3 Stalkers go down. Bjorn will back off, but this is a good trade nonetheless. Ooh, getting a sentry. The Cyclone harass. It's crazy. It was 6 Marines. Oh, that was a lot of Marines, but that was only minerals. You know, we traded minerals for gas. 6 Marines for 3 Stalkers and a sentry. Good pickoffs nonetheless as we drop back and forth between the third and the main. Another sentry goes down. Oh my god. Bjorn, calm down. Ooh, the juggling is real. We save the Cyclone. And he wants that Stalker. Oh, it's going to cost him a Cyclone. A little bit greedy there by Bjorn. Too cheeky, Papi. Too cheeky. One of the Stalker doesn't get it. At the same time, liberating into the main base. Ooh, medevac under fire. Medevac is not gonna go down. 1 HP. 1 HP medevac. Barely gets away. Liberator sieges up, gets a probe. And may even get a Stalker as well. Does barely get a Stalker and a second probe kill. Nice pickoffs there from Bjorn. And behind this, again, this is only harassment damage. This was only a couple of units. We're building up towards a 3cc setup. Third CC is on the way. Rax's factory add-on swapping, getting into Sim, getting into our bio production. We have our 3 tank setup, so we're pretty heavily fortified here at the natural. Bjorn is ready for anything at this point. As another Liberator does arrive at the natural base. 5 more probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 5 more workers go down. Bjorn rotating into the main. Going for the Stalkers. With the shield battery, we get 1 more Stalker. 1 more Stalker, and the probes as well. Bjorn target firing workers there with the Liberator. Very nicely done. And Nice is struggling here. I mean, sure, we're on 3 bases. True, but we've been heavily probing up to recoup our losses. And now we're working towards the Bay into Colossus production, but the Colossus is late. The Colossus is delayed. Second Robo is on the way. I like the second Robo because it does mean we can catch up and make 2 Colossus at a time. True. So we can catch up with this. Yeah, +1 charge. The problem here is that Nice, it's going to take a while for this to all to really, for all of this to really kick in. Meanwhile, Bjorn back at home, he's already on his 3 base setup. Third base is up. It's getting saturated. And we should be moving out with these upgrades. Stim, combat shields, +1. It's all lining up. It's all on the horizon here. And getting ready for Bjorn. Here comes that drop. Cyclone up. Struggling to deal with the Zealot. A bit of a struggle going on, and the Cyclone does have to retreat. Scan reveals the main army. Nice is moving out. Cyclone does go down, and Bjorn, no fear.
Game paused.
But maybe some tech issues. Maybe a knock on the door. Maybe, you know, some Uber Eats on the way. There's some food at the door, Papi. We understand. So, hopefully nothing major. hopefully. Whether it's food, whether it's maybe some latency issues, we're more than happy to wait. Thankfully, there's no big conflict happening. There's no big fight going on. Nice is active in the center of the map, and we're getting ready for a drop. But we're not really engaging yet. Okay. So it looks like there was like a bit of a glitch with the keyboard. But it looks like the issue has been resolved, and we are jumping back in.
Resumed.
Here we go. The army has arrived. Windmine's in position. Nova goes off. We miss. Nova does not quite connect, and now we're dropping into the main. There are 2 storms in position, but 2 storms not enough. GG gets caught just like that, as we are not ready for what Beyond has to offer, and Beyond will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Beyond will take the series 2-0. A very, very aggressive setup there by Beyond. Very aggressive game. Was just all over nice and microing so damn well. Trading so efficiently with the Liberators, with the Cyclones, with the drop play. It was very, very impressive what Beyond was able to accomplish. Not just his harassment, but also macroing behind it as well. Was insane. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Beyond will take the series. And you know where we're going. We have our next series set up for us. It's going to be Beyond versus Solar in a ZVT. Let's go. Do need a moment to set up the players and for the vetoes to be conducted. Do need a moment. But we are getting things ready. And we're going to be jumping into those semi-finals. Meanwhile, when it comes to some of the other portions of the bracket, let's figure out where we are. Let's catch up on what has been going on. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's refresh and scroll to the top. Okay, from the top, we have Jeshi. Jeshi takes out Lemon 2-0 in a PvP. Jeshi now mid-series against Dark. Meanwhile, Creator and Classic went to the ace match. Let's go. A nail-biter of a PvP going on there. I believe Wardy did cast that. Wardy did cover that PvP. And Classic is waiting for Jeshi or Dark in the quarterfinals. It should be Dark. And the potential Dark versus Classic is going to be insane. That's going to be a very spicy ZVP. Hope someone does cast it. Hope someone does cover it. Scrolling down, we have our series. We have Solar going up against Beyond. Looks like we are missing some updates here. Looks like we are... Let's refresh again. Up. Just updating our admins on what has been going on. So hopefully we can update the bracket. And the winner goes up against Beyond. So that's going to be Solar versus Beyond in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have other updates. Future versus Lunacy went to the ace match. Let's go. Went all the way to game 3. Future does claim the series and will advance on to face off against Gumiho in a TVT. It's going to be a spicy turn versus turn. Nightmare popping off. Oliveira has been on fire. Oliveira, he was last week's runner-up. He was a finalist last week. Oliveira, he brought down big, big names. But this week, he falls to Nightmare. Nightmare has some killer PvT. Nightmare has some nightmarish PvT, if you will. And with that, he takes down Oliveira 2-0. Nightmare gets his revenge and is waiting for the winner of Gumiho and Future. Again, Nightmare, his best matchups are PvT and PvP. Like that's where he excels, and that's where he can even take down players like Clem. Like he has some killer matchups there. PvZ is Nightmare's weak points, but I don't know if you noticed. Solar's up here, Dark is up here. The Zerg players, they're not really going to be facing off against Nightmare anytime soon. Nightmare could potentially pop off. He could have a deeper run as well. So we'll see. We'll see if Nightmare can rely on some of his other matchups to carry him into the semis and even into the finals. Scrolling down, a Trigger popping off against Estrella. A bit of an NA versus NA matchup there. The NA boys do face off. Trigger takes it 2-1. Trigger waiting for the winner of Ryung and Clem. And that is a juicy TVT. I was tempted. I was very tempted. Oh. I was very tempted to jump on that TBT early on, Ryung versus Rex into Clem, just because of the history between Ryung and Clem and how close their matches are. Clem could make a deep run into the finals, or he could be knocked out in the round 16. The reality is that Ryung's best matchup is TBT, and he has defeated Clem before. You know, Ryung, he did claim the title, the nickname even, the Clem Crusher, during the last season of WTL. Where Solar and Maru failed to bring down Clem, Ryung succeeded. So there is a lot of history between Ryung and Clem, so wish them both the best of luck. I hope that's being casted somewhere as we're focusing on our own quarterfinals match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player himself, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, predictions should be open so you can place your bets and get your gamba going on who you think will claim the series. Honestly, this could go either way. 2x Reaper. 2x Reaper, aggressive opener here by Byeon on the low ground. We'll see if Solar can keep up and if Solar can minimize his losses. But honestly, this could go either way. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3. Best of luck. Best of luck to Byeon and Solar as they look to embrace this series. There's that second rack, as we did mention. Again, 2x Reaper, this opener is designed to get across the map and to contain. To deny the third base, contain on 2 bases for as long as we can, and maybe even catch a drone or 2. So a very aggressive start here out of Byeon. The follow-up can vary. This could lead into a 3cc 2-1-1. It can lead into a regular 2-1-1. It can lead into a 4-axe follow-up for like an all-in. There's a lot of potential here, a lot of options for Byeon as to where he goes from here. Back at home, standard opener, hatch gas pool. Everything's looking normal from the side of Solar. Everything is looking as it should. The drone is moving out. Should soon be looking to take the third, but the Overlord does confirm. So Solar, he's able to confirm the setup here. Actually spots the add-ons, so that means that Byeon is staying on a low Reaper count. It should only be 3 Reapers at most, and that should be a sign here to try to take a faster third base. Yeah, we're going for it. There we go. Third base is on the way. Now, usually Solar would be denied this third because of the high Reaper count, but because of the fast add-on here, again, we only have, what, how many Reapers to work with? Only 2! Only 2 Reapers going to be available here for Byeon. They do dip in, but the Queen holds it. Oh no! The Queen does hold its own. And this Reaper opener doesn't really do much, not yet. Now, what is important though? Oh my god. These Reapers do back away. Now, what is important about this setup though is that it's going to be a double expand. Okay, rushing into a third CC before the first one's even done. Very greedy follow-up. So it's going to be a 2x Reaper into a 3cc follow-up. Very greedy here. We will have fast stim, but we won't really have that many Marines. We're supply blocked even. Just because we're waiting for the CC to finish up, waiting for the orbital. So this is a bit of a Frankenstein opener out of Byeon. Not gonna lie, like it's a bit of a Frankenstein build here from our Terran player. I'm curious how this plays out. It looks very aggressive. Like the Solar, he saw the stim, he saw the add-ons, he saw the stim timing. And if I was Solar, I'd be terrified. I'd be afraid of the stim push. But again, we don't really have much to work with. So yeah, interesting build here by Byeon. We'll see if we can get away with the greediness of this, with the economic opener at the third base. Back at home, Solar's droning. Sailing to his own 3 hatchery setup. Byeon is moving out. I mean, Stim is not done yet, but that's a lot of Marines. Just a really awkward push here from Byeon. Could catch Solar off guard. Solar does confirm with the Overlords. With this Overlord here. Did spot the move out. And these Marines are forcing links to be made, true. They're forcing a reaction out of Solar, and then we back off. Yeah, like, there's no pushing into this. Like, no shot. So Beyond, he backs off, he retreats. Stim is about to finish. Behind this, a double E base for double upgrades. Marines are still amassing. And I don't think Beyond is going to move out. I mean, sure, we have Stim, but I don't think we want to risk losing all these Marines. Like, we have nothing at home. Like, we have nothing back at home to defend. So this is just so risky here for Beyond. If he gets caught out, that could just be game. Then and there. We're playing on a knife's edge. So far, he does poke in a little bit, catching almost the Overlord. There we go, Overlord is going to go down. Smooch. As we did gain high ground vision with that ramp, that is the added benefit here. The Reaper was keeping vision here on the ramp, which did allow us for the Overlord to go down. Yeah, it's a fake. It's a fake safe location, and I'm sure Bjorn is letting him know. That pillar is not safe, Fabi. It's not safe. Feels bad, man. Behind this, though, Solar, he's been able to join up the 3-base saturation. 4th hatchery's on the way. Double Eva chamber for double upgrades. 5th hatchery on the way as well, as we are double expanding. And Solar's looking quite comfortable. Like, after the feigned aggression and the fake move out, the fake push, Solar, he's looking quite comfortable back at home. But now here comes the real move out. Beyond how many Marines? 26. 26 Marines, 2 Medivacs. The army is spotted, and we need Ling Bane. We need to take this seriously. But again, Solar, he got away with his droning. He already has an ideal economy, at least for this game state. He can focus on his Ling Bane, and he should be able to defend. A big should on that one. Big should. Let's see. Youngstein going forward, catching the tumors, going for the queens. Up! And we catch 2 queens. Very nicely done. 2 queens go down. Bailing speed just now starting. Already a good start for Beyond. Picking off 2 queens, but Solar does save the hatchery, saves the 4th. 5th base getting up and running. Across the map, Beyond getting into its own tank setup. 4 CC on the way. Beyond is not going for an ARAX. Oh, the Bailings! As we collapse on the main army, and we will shut this down. That's 10 Marines falling. As 16 get away. We do see an overseer on the way. That's going to be to scout the main base to get a read on what the hell's going on. And yeah, Solar, he's just settling in and droning up, getting his 4th base saturated. Hive is on the way. Getting to our Hive tech. Getting ready for Ling Bane into, could be Ultra. Could be Ling Bane into Ultra. Otherwise, we should see a Hydrogen already. So it's looking like Ultras from the side of Solar. Looking like. As Beyond rotates, setting up here at the 5th location. But Lings, they do slip in. And we're wide open. The wall's not a wall. The tank goes down. Nice start of stepping here for Beyond. Does quite well against the Lings. We get into the mineral line. SCVs are falling. They're going down one after the other. Oh, quite a lot of economic damage dealt. And Beyond, he's not gaining ground. He's not pushing in. The base is still up and running. And Solar, he's building up more Ling Bane. He's getting ready for the push. And, I mean, I look at the suit, Bobby. Here, this time is not lying. Hatchery may go down, but it doesn't even matter. Solar does have enough to collapse on this, but he doesn't. He's playing it safe. Playing a little bit conservative, expanding on the left-hand side. Taking another expansion. Does force Beyond back. Does force him back, and Beyond is going to be able to maintain some map control here. We have 2 forces out on the map, 2 double drops essentially. Solar trying to catch him. The Bailings, ooh, we do connect. Oh my god. Barely do pick up in time. Beyond gets away, meanwhile moving on the right hand side. Solar struggling to expand. Again, I do think we could have cleaned up this this location earlier, but the fact that we didn't is giving Byun, some solid map presence. Is giving him map presence. Once again, Solo just going right down mid. Going for the mineral line once again. The tank putting in a lot of work. Big volleys going up on the banelings. But Byun, he has to back off, has to race back home. Tank is saved. We get 13 SCV kills at the same time. Double drop, not finding any damage either. We're keeping up, and there are those ultras. Ultra Cavern is done. Kindness Plating's on the way. Straight up Lingbane Ultra. We would be a little bit more ideal here with some Vipers. Oh, they're already out! Yeah, Vipers are out. Tanks are going down as well. The one tank in the backline actually putting in a lot of work. Nice trades here from Byun. Forced to pick up, but again, didn't trade too poorly. Tank finally goes down. And the role of these Vipers is to Parasitic Bomb. It's to Power Bomb the Metamax. Have some kind of anti-air. Even Blinding Cloud if need be. Here we go. The Ultras are diving in. Kindness Plating finishing up in 3 seconds. And just finishing up just in time. Just in time for the push. Blinding Cloud, the tanks were breaking through the defensive line as well. Another Blinding Cloud. And the Ultras, they just want hugs, Spaffy. They just want some big hugs. GG gets called, and Solar will take game number 1. GG. A very interesting playstyle there out of Beyond. I mean, I say playstyle. Really interesting build. The build was an odd one. That's maybe a better way of putting it, or a more apt way of putting it here. If you remember, it was 2-axe Reaper, but only 2 Reapers. And because Solar confirmed the add-on that was on the way, Solar knew he could get away with a faster third base. So Solar had a much stronger opener. Likewise, Solar, he wasn't faked out. He was able to drone up to 3-base saturation first before focusing on his army. Solar, he wasn't like baited into overreacting to like a 4-axe stim timing or anything like that. Solar playing really economic in the follow-up and was able to keep up, if not exceed Byun in the mid-game. And those Link counterattacks were brutal. Likewise, initial stim push from Byun, also a little bit lackluster. We got 2 queens, but that's all we got as well. It was, yeah, just an interesting build that Byun had. And didn't work quite well in the end. Did set him behind more than anything. And did lead to some really odd game states as well. But now we're getting into game 2, and we'll see what we have to offer. Let's go. We are jumping on in. Your drink blended into the background as if it's cloaked. Yes, yes, I'm drinking a Banshee, Pappy. Let's go. We are steadily into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Shout out to Lunacy in the chat for giving us some rough translations. Yeah, that was cheating. I'll report. Let's go. But yes, if you're seeing some dropped frames, I can't really do anything about it. For those that are curious, it's not internet related. Like, everything's fine on OBS, everything's fine on my end. It's just the game itself is stuttering a little bit. Usually this happens whenever we're casting and whenever we're in the lobby with someone else from another part of the world. Where if they're lagging a little bit, then it does impact everyone. At least all the casters, I should say. Casters, specifically. So hopefully it clears up. Hopefully over the course of the broadcast. Okay, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I know we have some new European casters, and that may be impacting it a little bit. But shout out to them. You know, it's really great to see the events covered by other languages. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. But now we're getting into our third standard opener here. Oh, yeah, standard opener out of Solar. Lings are going to be moving out. Third base is on the way, and this time Beyond does not open up 2 Rax Reaper. This time a much more standard opener here. Rax expand into the factory. Everything looking as it should. After the chaotic Game 1 starts, Beyond is calming things down here in Game 2. I do appreciate it. Here we go. As for now, Lings, they move out. Reaper thankfully stayed back at home. With our 6th Ling production here, ooh, Solar is going to be punished though. The goal here was ideally to avoid the Reaper, get into a mineral line and pick away at some of these SCVs, but the Reaper was being more defensive. We were in position and Solar gets shut down. So this time, a bit of a worse start for Solar as he bleeds off 3 Lings and doesn't get anything for it. Those Lings could have been drones. Could have been drones, or at least we could have maintained them and maintained a presence on the map. Back at home, we do confirm the opener. It's going to be 3 CC into Starports. Economic opener here out of Beyond. Everything looking quite standard. Quite standard from the side of our Terran player. Racing that CC. Behind this going Viking first. Interesting. Viking, not a Banshee. This can lead into a Liberator follow-up to harass across the map. And Solar is opening up Roaches. Okay, a very different kind of tech structure here. Different tech choice for Solar. Gonna be racing Roaches instead of Ling Bane. At least for now. Roach 1 is hidden behind the natural, and Solar is gonna be building up. The question becomes, when do we cut workers? And do we even saturate the 3rd? We've drawn up to 36. Overlords are on the way. We're going for the all-in. We're going for the all-in. Roaches are amassing as we speak. And what do we have at home to defend? We have, again, an economic opener. No tanks yet. Going for the add-on swap. Liberators on the way. And can we survive this? Can we hold on? It's going to be a 36 drone, a 2-base all-in for Solar. Roaches, Ravagers, Lings, sending everything across the map. And Björn has yet to confirm. Björn has not seen the lack of saturation. He has not seen the lack of workers. He has not seen the hidden tech structure as well. And here we go. The Roaches are spotted. Now he knows. The Roaches have been spotted. Lings getting across the map. No! The Marines! The Marines getting shut down already. Marines are falling left and right. Lings, they are popping off. They dive into the main. Disrupting the production. Getting an SCV kill. And here come the Roaches. And again, what do we have at home? Here come the Ravagers. The only thing holding here is the Liberator. And it should be piled down. We're pushing on forward. Boys are being pulled. The Biles. Ooh, they do connect, but alas, still barely not enough. Ooh, Liberator does go down. And now we're breaking through. Hellions doing what they can. Nice hold position, nice control here with the SCVs. We're barely holding up, we flood in. The wall is broken, the wall is broken. The floodgates, they open up, and Solar, he busts into the natural. The natural is compromised. Biles, oh, they stone back the army. Nice round with the SCVs. We get on top of the Ravagers. 1 Ravager does fall, 2 Ravagers left. But it looks like we have too much. Solar, he breaks into the main. GG gets called, and Solar, he snowballs out of control, taking the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, as Solar will take the series very, very quickly here. A very short game number 2. Solar joining up to 36 workers and doubling down on the all-in, and Björn was playing blind. He was in the dark completely, had no idea what was going on, did not scout the natural, did not scout the 3rd, did not see lack of saturation. By the time he saw the Roaches, it was too little too late. Solar was already across the map with his Lings already surrounding those Marines. It was a brutal start there for Björn, and Solar, he pops off. GG, well played. GG, well played. Solar will claim the series, advancing on to the semi-finals. And the question becomes, against who? Who is he facing off against here? Exclamation mark B in the chat. Let's all have a look together. Let's all have a look here. From the top, we have some updates. Dark takes down Jeshi 2-0, and Dark is now mid-series versus Classic. I believe that's being casted by Behemoth. I think Behemoth is covering that series. In that PVZ, winner goes up against Solar in the semifinals. Oh boy, and that is a juicy turn of events, a juicy series. I'm keeping my eye on Dark versus Classic into Solar. Scrolling down, Gumiho versus Nightmare. Gumiho takes down Future 2-0. Does claim the series, and now Gumiho versus Nightmare is currently ongoing. Scrolling down, we have Trigger. Trigger still waiting for Clem versus Ryung. Trigger might be waiting for a while. This TVT between Clem and Ryung, it could go the distance, and we could be seeing some long games, some mech as well, mech versus mech even. Oh boy. So yeah, we'll see how this portion of the bracket does progress. Best of luck to all those involved. TKL should be covering that. Let's double check. Sorry, not TKL. Coca. Coca should be casting Clem. Let's quickly check here. For those who don't know, Coca is the French caster. Is a French caster. And it looks like Coca is casting Trigger as Ryung versus Clem is finished. Okay. Ryung versus Clem did conclude, and it looks like Clem took the series, I think. I'm, like, struggling to read. But I think Clem did take down Ryung, and now he's ahead against Trigger. So they're mid-series. Mid-series. So again, Coca is going to be covering that portion of the bracket. They've got you covered there. And we're going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. That is where our attention does lie. Speaking of, let's quickly double check Behemoth here. He's in game 1. Okay, he's in game 1 of Dark versus Classic, which means we can jump into game 2. So let's quickly set that up. Dark versus Classic, game 2. We will be all over that. And that also means that we're going to have some downtime. It means that we have a little bit of downtime here because we have to wait for some matches to open up for us. As they are currently 12 minutes into their game. So we have a break. We're going to be going on a short break. The plan here is to go on a very short break. When we return, we will have game 2 of Dark versus Classic. It does unfortunately look like all the English casters are focusing on this portion of the brackets. It means, I mean, there is coverage going on. You know, Coca's casting Clem, and I believe some of the other language casters are going to be fanning out as well. But I want to see how Solo's story ends. You know, I want to see whether he can make it to the finals and that upper semifinals match as well. Also, if the upper half is faster, we can cast Solar versus the winner of Classic and Dark, and we might even catch the lower semis as well. We can catch both. Can catch both. So that is going to be the plan. Until then, I guess we're going to be going on that short break. Take this moment to get some food, get some snacks, get some water, take a break, drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and when we come back, we will have our next series. See you soon. And welcome back. As we welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you all had enjoyed that break. Hope you all were able to get some food, draining the shoppers, massage your marines, of course. But of course, as we are jumping into game 2 of our quarterfinals match, we're jumping in mid-series. I apologize for the extended break, but they had a banger of a game on Alcyone. It went almost 30 minutes of intense late game PvZ. And now we're jumping in and spawning in the top left hand corner of side Delta. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. The ZVP is upon us. It was again a 29-minute back and forth late game ZVP. It went down to the wire. Classic was maxed out on SkyToss. Dark was pulling him apart, sniping bases left and right. And we ended up in a game state where Classic had one base left and he was stuck at home and he couldn't really move out without losing his bases. So again, he was just trapped in a really uncomfortable and just awkward position. Dark had mining, Dark had economy, Dark had sustainability, and Dark did take game 1. Did take game number 1. Now we're jumping into game number 2, and we'll see if this goes to the ace match or if it goes the way of the Dark. Let's go. We are here to find out. Again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a back and forth and a solid series out of this, but we'll see. We'll see if Classic can bring it back. We know he can, but will he? We know he does have it in him. But here we go. We are settling in. But now it is going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener here out of Dark. It is going to be a standard opener. Probe being an annoyance is going to be zoned away. And back at home, Classic likewise opening up with a gate expand into Cybercore. Nothing too crazy for the time being. We're settling in. When it comes to the opener of game 1, I do not know. I'm not privy to the that information as to what kind of opener they did start off with. If you're maybe a little bit more familiar with the beginnings of Game 1, let us know. But I do expect a Stargate opener here out of Classic, standard opener for the time being. We are easing our way in. Let's go. We are going to be easing our way in. Likewise, we are working towards a third base. Third base is on the way. Of course, with the Stargate, it's going to be an initial... Oracle-based opener here from Classic to get across the map to gain some map control, of course, and to try to harass the mineral lines and expand. Dark does slip in, gonna threaten the mineral line. Shouldn't get any probe kills here, does threaten them, but we have the Adept. We should be able to hold on and shouldn't lose a single probe. Oh my god. Probe's getting low. They get low, they do survive at some lost mining time at least. Ling slips into the main. We confirm the Void Ray opener. Okay, interesting choice here by Classic. Now, with a Void Ray opener, this can lead into something crazy. It can lead into a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon into SkyToss. It's second Stargate into Phoenix. Can lead into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Or can lead into a standard game, into a third and an Oracle. There's a lot of potential behind this. The scary thing for the Zerg player is, of course, the lack of Overlord. Overlord is going to be hunted down, and Dark is going to be in the dark as to what Classic is up to. He is going to be in the dark. But now Lingze will get on top of the third base, delaying the expansion. No probe kill yet. But they do keep the Void Ray pin, and there it is! Twilight Council's on the way. Gateway as well. This feels like Glaive Adepts. Feels like Glaives here from Classic. Again, Classic has been on a tear as of late in KSL, in ESL Open Cup Asia. He is last week's KSL and ESL Asia champion. Back-to-back, 2 crowns were claimed from Classic. And a lot of that was off of Glaive Adepts. And there it is. It's going to be 4 gateways. 2 gates in the main, 2 gateways in low ground, and of course the Twilight Council finishing up as well. Show us the Glaives. As Lings are being forced back, and there it is. Glaive Adepts is on the way. And we've seen time and time again this knock Dark down, especially over the weekend, especially last week. Classic went undefeated against players like Dark, players like Solar, players like Shin. All of them, they all crumbled towards the glaive adepts of Classic. And does that happen again? Will history repeat itself, or does Dark defend? Does he learn his lesson? Will he take it seriously? I say that. I mean, Dark did play well against this in his series even. Setting up for a wall-off. We have some good SimCity. Do have some good SimCity. Again, we are ready here for that Evo wall-off. At the same time, here come the Adepts. They are walling across the map. Now, this is not an all-in. We are saturated or getting saturated on 3 bases, but this has to get damage done. It has to, and it usually does. Guys, we are holding on to those Adepts. Meanwhile, back at home, Darky's run up to 3-base saturation. Just under 3-base saturation. Lings and Roaches are amassing. They are on the way. Thankfully, Dark doesn't cut too many corners. Thankfully, he does make some Roaches. He does meet up with the first push. Adepts, they are denied the shade. The wall-off does complete. We can break it down. Yeah, we do force a cancel. Even Shaper does fall. We break into the natural. So far, Lings are going down. No economic damage yet. No, yeah, but we shade into the main. Chasing down those drones. 5 workers go down. And as we distract the main army, we have more Adepts rocking up at the third. Yeah, they come into the shade. Adepts in the main, Adepts at the third base as well. Shading on over as well. And we are getting some damage done, but this is still not enough. We're getting 10, 11. Oh. Never mind. 11 drone kills, 12 drone kills, and we're not done. We're shading into the natural as well. We cancel the shade. The Adepts are racing back home, so we have some kind of army to work with. And Classic is following this up with Immortal production. He's getting ready for the Immortal, for the Roaches, getting ready for the counterattack. But can we survive it? Can we hold? As Dark was in the midst of moving out, back at home we have a Void Ray, we have Void Rays, Immortals, Sentries, Shield Batteries. Yeah, we are ready, and Dark, he respects it. He backs off, recognizes he cannot break his opponent, he cannot punish Classic. So we're settling into Ling main Roach Ravager. Roach speed is on the way, +1 melee, getting into, of course, our mid-game army composition. As Dark is droning, Classic does have an economic lead. Look at the Unisols have 14 drone kills. That was enough to make that build worth it for Classic. Does take a worker lead. It takes a 4th base as well, at the same time as Dark. So economically, Dark is behind. And we are getting ready for a push. Rocks are being knocked down. Dark has not fully saturated, not yet. He's still on 62 workers. And we saw this out of Solar. Dark may just opt to max out and go for 1 big 3-base all-in. The 4th base may just be for Larva. It is looking that way. It is looking that way as we're matching it with more Lings, more Roaches. 6 more Overlords in production. Bit of a supply block here for Dark, which is brutal. Supply block is brutal. We are getting ready for our push. But going all in into Immortal Archon, it's easier said than done. At the same time, Prism poised to go into the main. Dark still has not droned. Remember, this 4th base, it's just for Larva. Just for production. 5th base on the way as well. There's no further tech. There's no Infestation Bit. There's no Hydroden. There's no Ultras. There's no Hive. Lings will hit the 4th. And 4th base is under fire. And Classic is pushing into Dark. Uh-oh. That's ideal for the Zerg player. Remember, Dark is the one going all in, and the army is coming to him. That's a kill on the 4th base. They crash into the 3rd as well. 23 probes go down. And Classic, he's all in. And now suddenly the Protoss has to commit. Nice Force Fields. Force Fields, they do keep the Banelings back. Do delay. It's also going to be falling though. Classic trying to break through. At the same time, the 3rd base is going to be going down. The files, they connect. And it looks like Dark, he's going to shut this down. He shuts down the main army. I say that, oh, we do have some reinforcements coming in. Classic, can he break through? It's going to be close. Zealots, oh, they're getting distracted. Zealots, they are getting distracted here. Roach, they get on top of the Archons. GG gets called. Dark, he holds. And Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I was focusing on Dark's all-in as Dark was cutting workers early on and just massing up nothing but army. I was not expecting Classic to be the one to move out, so a bit of a misread there out of Classic, pushing into a player that's making nothing but army. That was the ideal scenario there for Dark. I was going to say that I was concerned if Dark was going to push into a defensive Protoss with shield batteries, with shield batteries, with cannons, with an overcharge as well. Dark trying to break a defensive Classic would have been much more difficult. Instead, Classic came to Dark. He came to Dark as he moved out. Dark, he just shut down the third, shut down the fourth. He just forced the all-in even further out of Classic. Classic kind of like dancing to the beat of Dark's drum. There you go. Does kind of play to his music, and with that, congratulations, Dark does take the series, advancing on to the semifinals. We have our next series ready for us. Solo was patiently waiting for either Dark or Classic, and we have our player. We have our result. It's going to be Dark versus Solar in the ZVZ. It is going to be that Zerg versus Zerg matchup. So we have a Zerg player confirmed for the finals. Is it going to be Solar or Dark? We're here to find out. We are here to find out. Mirror matchups can be very chaotic. They can be very chaotic and very unpredictable as well. So best of luck in the chat with your predictions. Best of luck, Patty. Best of luck. It's not going to be an easy one. Not going to be easy. As vetoes are underway and we're about to jump in to our semifinals. When it comes to the rest of the bracket, do we have any updates? Shout out to some of the other language casters, of course. Koka has been following Clem. I believe Inu, the Korean caster, has been following Gumiho and Nightmare. So we do have coverage on the other matches. And this just in, Clem did take down Trigger 2-0. Clem is waiting for either Gumiho or Nightmare to face off in the lower semis. Chances are we might catch the tail end of the lower semifinals. It's possible, depending on how fast or how slow we are. It is going to be possible, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, this could just be semis into the finals, depending on how fast or how slow our matches and the lower matches are as well. So we're nearing the tail end of the broadcast. As a reminder as well, though, we do plan on potentially having a second cast after this. We had some internet issues last night and we weren't able to cast all of WTL. World Team League was cut short because of that. Unfortunately, we were in the middle of Team Vitality versus Basilisk and we missed out on it. So we may jump in and we may try to make up for that and cover the rest of that best of 7. We'll see. We'll see. I'll either do that today or tomorrow. Is there another cast tomorrow? I know tomorrow is ESL Americas, but I may just do that tomorrow instead. I'm undecided. Because I usually don't want to stay up too late on Mondays just because I have to wake up early for ESL Americas tomorrow. So, because we cover both. So, we'll figure it out. But now, though, going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break when we return. Dark versus Solar coming at you next. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the semifinals of ESL Open Cup Asia number 237. It's been quite an intense event already. We've had some big names rise, some bigger names fall as well. And now we are here in the semifinals. Two Zerg players left here. One of them will make it to the grand finals. Who's it going to be? If you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are open, and we're jumping into this. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Let us go. Our ZVZ has commenced, and we haven't seen too many ZVZs over the past couple of weeks. We've typically been avoiding that matchup, but I'm happy to embrace it here and now in the semis, and we open up with our hatch first. It's going to be hatch first out of Dark, hatch first out of Solar. Of course, we're loading into Post Youth. There is an in-base hybrid base here to take us to natural, so mineral income is going to be boosted thanks to that, thanks to our base setup. And we'll see what this leads into. Now, because of the base layout here, opening up and going for something a little bit different, like two base play is not unheard of. So I'm just messing with mic settings. There we go, there we go. So I apologize if my mic was sounding a little bit weird earlier, but it should be better. Should be okay, man. Should be okay. But for now, we are going to be settling in. And again, Dark is going to be opening up hatch gas pool. What I was referring to is, of course, that the ramp coming into the high ground is quite defendable, quite secure, so two base play is not unheard of. We can embrace extra gases and skip link speed and go into roach play instead. That is going to be viable here. Is going to be an option, and we'll see if we do get into that. Apparently I'd accidentally changed some mic settings and things were a little bit weird. Should be okay. I'm afraid I'm gonna break my microphone. Oh, as for now, Dark and both Solar and Dark are going to be opening up standard, working toward their third bases. Nothing crazy so far. Nothing crazy yet. Our third base is still joining up. We have some Lings poking in. They're just poking and prodding for the time being. No major commitment. Bailing Nest is on the way. No one is skipping and going to roaches. No one is trying to rush into a fast lair and into Spire play, for example. Nothing crazy yet. Crazy for the time being. Or did I not? Ah, I didn't do prediction. Predictions are a little bit late. It's okay, it's okay. Predictions are a little bit late. Dark is going to be cutting workers a little bit earlier, committing here to Ling aggression. Lings are fighting across map. The goal here is to shut down the third. The goal here is to break down that third hatchery. Lings do dive in. Bailings to finish up just in time. Oh, Bailings are done it up. We don't quite get the connections we're looking for. Not quite. Yeah, one of the Bailings is going to be targeted. There's one Bailing left. One Bailing does remain. Likewise, Dark with his own Bailings. Going to be forced back. Rotating around. Looking for a way in. And so far, Solar, he's holding. He's holding on. He has his own third base. Roach production has commenced. Solar going for a much earlier Roach Warren. Roach Warren is done for Solar. And Dark is droning. Oh. Dark is droning up. Solar is not. Solar is going for a two-base all-in. Again, he has not saturated his third base whatsoever. Roaches are amassing. We're going to be moving out across the map. Meanwhile, the Overlords are not in position, and Dark has not spotted this yet. He has no idea what's going on. Dark is in the dark. And we are getting ready to send it. Dark, he's still droning! He's still droning up! Lair is on the way. Dark is taking, he's droning. Things are looking a little bit dire here for Dark. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. The more he drones, the less of an army he has as well. And the straight up 2-base all in here from Solar may just be too much. And here we go, we pull the trigger. Roaches are moving out. Roaches are spotted, and we need spine crawlers as quickly as possible. One spine is not enough. We need a wall of spine crawlers here to defend. As Solar is moving out with everything he has. Lings are flooding. Roaches are amassing. Dark tries to come in from behind. Tries to force around. Oh, the Bailings! Up! Oh my god. Bailing's trying to zone the Lings away from Dark. And Solar still has a supply lead. But the Bailings of Dark, they can pop off. As Bailings are crashing forward, so far Lings are kept at bay. We still have 3 Bailings left over and more Bailings in production, but even with those Bailings, it may just not be enough. Roaches are breaking through. Bailings are targeted. There's 3 left. Up. Decent connection. Not a bad connection, but the final Bailing goes down. We break through. We get on top of the Roaches, on top of the Spine Crawler as well. Ooh. Yeah, we are getting some frame drops here, and it looks like Solar is going to be able to break through this offensive line just barely. Blizzard, hold on, Papi, hold on. As things, they get into the main base, they get a surround here on these Roaches. Roaches are going down one after the other. We're getting to the mineral line as well. And Solar, he's going for the kill. Going for the throat here. So collapse on the Roaches just barely as well. I say that, I mean, Dark is barely holding it away. I mean, we're still bleeding out some more workers. There it is. GG gets called, and Solar, he breaks through, and he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. For those who are curious, those are frame drops with the server, and the players shouldn't be experiencing anything. Again, if they were, they would call for a pause. But I do apologize for kind of the what am I looking for? For the slideshow, that's I do apologize for the slideshow towards the end there. I hope that everything clears up, but yeah, sometimes the Blizzard servers do be like that, and yeah, we're limited with what we can do. Do apologize. Hopefully it does clear up here as we're getting into our next game, getting into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into that second game. And game number 2 is going to be on Site Delta. Again, just Dark being a little bit too greedy in that previous game, just joining up far too hard and not recognizing what Solar was up to. The fact that Solar was going for an all-in. The fact that Solar, he just refused to make a single drone from that early game defense. And again, it did snowball out of control. And now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. Here we go. Are going to be settling in. And back at home, it is going to be Hatch first. It's going to be Hatch Gas Pool here from both Dark and Solar. Standard openers for the time being. Actually, you know what? I might just restart the client after this game and see if that helps. See if that does help. After this series, I should say. As Solo's going Hatch Gas Pool, so is Dark. Again, we'll keep an eye on the joining of our players. ZVZ can be very hectic, can be very chaotic, and the game can end then and there. So we just have to take care. Be careful, Patrick. Be careful. As for now, we are going to be settling in. We'll keep an eye out for the third base timings. Likewise, I mean, the thing that I mentioned about post-youth, about, of course, playing 2-base, does apply to post-youth as well. Does apply to side delta as well. Where we have a ramp leading into the national, we can fully wall off, and likewise, we can also play 2-base, get into roaches, get into mutas. There is potential. Is that potential? Until then, though. See if either one does embrace that. Likewise, I mean, both Solo and Dark are quite comparable here in skill. Very comparable, actually. A lot of it will come down to who can catch who off guard. Oh. As the lanes do bounce off each other. Solo going for the scout. So is Dark. He is moving out across the map. Does move out. Third bases are spotted. Bailey nests are on the way, so no one is cutting any corners. No one is cutting their Baileys, going to roaches. And by now we would have seen a Roach Warren from Solar, so no early Roach Warren this time. Not yet, not yet. We'll keep an eye out for that. I was a little bit distracted in the last game, and I did miss it. Not this time. As Solar is being quite aggressive, hunting down the Overlord, forcing it back. Again, denying vision here from Dark. Dark is making a surge of Lings, and with these Lings he's going to be applying some pressure, but he's not going all in. Just getting ready to move out across the map, and once again apply pressure to the third. And that is a Roach Warren. Roach Warren on the way for Solar already. So once again, an earlier Roach Warren from our red Zerg player. And we'll see if it's just for safety, or if we do intend to commit into a Roach push. So we have a similar setup here from Solar and Dark. Yet to throw down. There we go. Now throwing down his own Roach Warren as well. Is a little bit later compared to Solar. We'll see if that is significant. And if we can make use of that window. Meanwhile, this time Solar is actually droning up. Getting up to 2-base saturation. Taking a gas geyser here at the third as well. Making it that much more difficult to read and get a feel for how many gases Solar is on. Again, just one gas here at the natural, one gas in the third, one gas in the main. Does make it hard to scout. And Solar is amassing roaches, so is Dark. Main has arrived. Roach is likewise already in position. Solar should be able to hold on. Mainling does go up. Solar keeping up. And both players are droning. Both players are droning. We do see Solar checks the main base. He's looking for a lair, looking for Evo chambers. There's one here at the natural. No second Evo chamber, but likewise no fast lair. We're still on hatch tech. We are still on hashtag. That is telling Solar to make more roaches. Okay, lair is on the way. Solar still making another wave. Still yet to embrace a lair of his own. And we have more overlords in production. Solar, we're just going for a 2-base all in. I think we are. I think that is the plan here for Solar. Bailing does go off. Dark is once again. Dark is droning. Dark is teching. Solar is not. It's going to be a hashtag all in here from Solar. Off of 47 workers. Lings are getting to the mineral line. Nicely done. Forcing back some oh god. Jesus. Forcing back some Bailings. Solar will defend, and he's moving everything across the map. Solar has a massive supply lead. And Dark, I'll be ready for this. Spine Crawler's on the way. Bailings are amassing as well. Once again, Ling Runway does dip in. We have that defensive Bailing. Solar does affect the main army. The Ravager! Oh my god. Ravager almost goes down. Solo pushing in. And breaking through the line. Whilst they will connect. They take down the Queen. Melee connections, they weren't too bad. We're wasting a bit of DPS here on the hatchery. Points are being pulled. And the Vials don't connect, and we do have to kite back. Drone's doing a great job here, just tanking. They tank a lot of shots, and Dark, he's breaking through. Ooh. Solar, time is working against him. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Solar. He's fully all in. Lair is on the way behind this, but it's such a late Lair here. Solar, he's down on upgrades. Has taken a worker lead. Solar's droning. He's droning up. At the same time, he slips into the main. Yeah, Ling, somehow, someway, they slip into the main base. Drones are going down as well. Dark, late to react. Solar popping up. 7 drone kills. And now Solar has a massive economic lead. 51 drones to the 34 of Dark. And now the pendulum swings from one player to the other. Now Dark is committed. Now Dark is all in. Roach speed about to finish. Here at the natural. Dark massing up roaches. Dark is not droning. And now Solar needs to make an army. If Solar drones up too much, and he's already droned up plenty, if he drones up any more than this, that could just be it. That could just be game. And lights out for Solar. Link Scout is denied. Overlord is going in, and we confirm no saturation. 0 saturation at the third base. Solar now knows we need to stop droning. We need to stop. Ling's A threat in the natural. Roaches are moving out across the map. Spinecrawler's on the way. Is one Spinecrawler enough? We cancel? Uh-oh. We cancel the Spine? That's either a misread or overconfidence here out of Solar. Can we hold on? So he's supply blocked. Solar is supply blocked. We come in for a surround. Dark, he collapses on the main army from behind as well. Yeah, Ravagers are targeted one after the other. One Ravager left. Wows will force a micro here out of Dark, but it looks like Dark, he's breaking through just barely. I say that the Queens are coming in. They do add some DPS, they do add some support. At the same time, drones are going down across the map, but it doesn't matter. It's all about the main Roach army. Yeah, the Queen's full. Dark, he does break through just barely, but reinforcements are on the way. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for Dark. And Dark, he doesn't have enough. Barely doesn't have enough. Yeah, Roaches are trickling in. Dark, he's down to 20 drones. And I was hoping for an A smash, but it looks like Solar will defend. He will hold and take it from here. Solar has his own Roach speed, even on upgrades. And Dark has nothing. Nothing at the third, nothing in the main. He's on 1 base economy. Barely 1 base. And once again, Dark, he commits in. And is trading well, like he's getting the Ravager. That's great and all, but it's still not enough. As we can even pull the boys. GG gets called, and Solar, he will survive the all-in and take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Solar will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. A very intense back and forth, very intense ZVZ, and it was Solar just catching Dark off guard time and time again. GG, well played. Again, it was in game 1 where Solar went for the 2 base all-in. Here in game 2, Solar went for like a 2.5 base all-in, which Dark did defend, but it's about what happened after that, right? It's about what happened in the aftermath. As Solar did trade well enough and was droning up behind it. Was able to drone up. It looks like we have the lower semifinals. But Solar was able to join up, able to slip into the main base as well and force the all-in out of Dark. And now we're getting ready for the lower semifinals. We are jumping in mid-series. Alright, jumping in. Let's go. Clem versus Nightmare is going to be our next matchup here, and Clem is leading the series 1-0. He's up against Nightmare. Looks like Nightmare has brought Gumiho down, but now he's up against Clem, the best Terran player outside of South Korea. The best Terran player in Europe, and here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River. We have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nightmare. Tolar, the child of Tolan and Solar. I don't know what it is. Look, this is what I get for laddering before casting. I did a ladder stream before the cast and I fried my brain, Bobby. Oh my god. I'm so fatigued after laddering. It's not good. So I do apologize. For some slip ups here and there. It's what happens when you like ladder before doing anything. The brain has been spent already. We are jumping in. We are getting into game number 2 here, and so far it's going to be an economic opener. It's going to be a Rax expand out of Clem. Meanwhile, Nightmare back at home going for a Gate Cyber into Nexus. Okay. Cyber on the low ground. I'm used to seeing like a wall off here on the high ground or something like that, but no, we have our Sim City on the low ground instead. Interesting setup out of Nightmare. Solar not in the market for a game 3. No, Bobby. No chill out of Solar. No chillers. Nightmare being a little bit cheeky with this probe. I'm curious if we're trying to set something up. As we are paying... Yeah, let's go! As we are paying attention to the probe. So this was an economic opener out of Clem. It looks like a Rax expand into 3 Rax. We have a second Rax, and I imagine, yep, a third Rax on the way. So 3 Rax follow up here from Clem. Very aggressive. This leads into a Stim timing, but it takes a while. It takes a while to really embrace Stim. And before that, we have Vanilla Marines to defend. Vanilla Marines are quite vulnerable, and Nightmare is doubling down. We double down. We're going for the proxy gateway in the center of the map. Back at home, we do have our adepts on the way as well. It's going to be 3 gates. 2 gateways back at home, 1 proxied in the center, 3 gates in total, and the goal here is to apply a lot of pressure and to break through the defensive line of Marines with purely vanilla gateway units, stalkers, adepts, you name it. Can get a lot done early on. And Clem, he's up against the wall. He's going to be in a bit of trouble here. No safety bunker. Oh, no bunkers to defend. I mean, no reason. I mean, Clem hasn't scouted. He has seen nothing. 0 scouting out of Clem. Has no idea what's coming across the map. We pick up 2 Marines. Oh, the adepts, they shade in. Oh, not quite. They shade past the army, but they're going to be shut down. 2 adepts do fall. Big pickups. That will stop this from snowballing out of control. We're going for a Robo and Twilight Council follow-up here from Nightmare. And Warp Gate is about to kick in. Ideally, he'd have adepts to support this Stalker. There we go, more Stalkers on the way. While pushing in. The mech players of NA have fried your drones and you're praying with hellions. True. Aye. Oh my god! Bit of miscontrol there at Nightmare. Has to calm down. Pulls back. Takes off more Marines. 3-4 more Marines going to be going down. Stim still halfway done. And again, without Stim, you can see these Marines being bullied. So many Marines falling. It's going to be 7 Marines going down. And this doesn't get easier. This gets harder. As here we go. Adepts have arrived to help support. Adepts have made it. The base under fire. Glaives on the way behind this. Oh my god. Glaives into a bay, into Colossus. And the boys have to be pulled. Workers are being pulled. Marines going down. Nice target firing here out of Nightmare. He wants that Marauder. He wants it back. Does want it. He'll settle for some Marines. Marauder getting so low. Alas, Clem will hold, but how much did it cost him? We have more depths! We can shade on the army. We can collapse here on the Marauders. He wants it! He wants them! And he's gonna get them. And the Marines, they fall one after the other. Marauder finally goes down as well. Stim finally finishes up, and now we can force this back. Clem will barely hold on. A lesser player would have died by now. Would not have been able to hold on. But this is merely only the first form of Nightmare. It's not even his final form, but we pick up a Stalker, not bad. Nightmare picking up, jumping towards the natural. Does keep Clem busy. And what's important, we're buying time for Colossus. The Colossus are amassing 3 more gates behind this. Gonna be 6 gates in total. Ooh, we bleed out another Stalker, bit of miscontrol there at Nightmare. Bit of miscontrol. Stalker does fall, juggling into the main. Getting a Marauder, not bad. And Clem, he's had enough defending. He's had enough, he's moving out across the map. But what can we really accomplish here? Again, we're hoping for maybe a third. We can cancel a third, but there is no Nexus. And at the natural, we have a Shield Battery, we have an Overcharge, we have a Colossus. We should be ready. And Clem, he's checking for a third base. There is none. Nice control of Nightmare, does pull away. Does save that Adept. We'll be shading in the Colossus! Oh! We're going for the dive. We're going for the dive. The Colossus does go down. Massive pickup for 2 Marauders. Again, give Clem 4 Marauders and a Dream, and he gets a Colossus. Not bad. Now we're down to 1. Massive pickup. But doesn't matter because here come not Vanilla Adepts, Glaive Adepts. The Adepts have arrived. And are we ready for this? They're going to be dropped into the main. Marauders barely coming out. Still no bunkers, by the way. Still no bunker on the low ground. Marauders, can we catch another Colossus? Not quite. We barely do miss it. The army does him into the mineral line. Prism pinned back behind the base. Nightmare making his way towards the natural instead. Just pulling Clem apart. The boys are being pulled into Glaive Adepts. You hate to see it. So many workers going to be going down. We just warp in the face of Clem. No fear. Doesn't even matter. We're snowballing out of control. Colossus has arrived. The natural has been broken. And now we're pushing into the main. And Clem, he just cannot keep up. Not with this. Oh, we could have even committed there. Nightmare taking it slow. Slow and steady. Takes down the depot. Depot is going to fall. Another massive warp room trying to come in from behind. We have another Colossus. Prism goes down, but again, it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter, not anymore. Vikings will help. We shade into the main on top of the tank. Tank gets 2 shots. 2 volleys all it takes. Boys being pulled against the Glaive Adepts. Brutal. They are going to be going down. And we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. We spoke about this earlier, but Nightmare, he can pop off in this matchup. GG gets called. And Nightmare takes game number 2, forcing the ace match. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. We have seen Nightmare bring Clem down before. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? We mentioned earlier when we saw Nightmare bring down Oliveira, it was like, yo, Nightmare has some killer PvT. If he can rely on purely his PvT matchup, he can make it to the finals. He's almost there. Nightmare, he's almost there. We can worry about the finals later. We can we can worry about the finals later. Don't worry about it. But now we can focus on the PvT. And we're getting ready for the ace match. We're going to be loading into Alkione. Let's go. We go. Here we go. So we are getting to that third game. And one way or another, the series ends here and now, either in favor of the Terran or the Protoss. And at least we will avoid a mirror matchup in the finals. That is guaranteed. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team. It is Nightmare. Go. Probe is going to be moving out. Once again, Nightmare a little bit paranoid, checking for proxies, checking the linear third base location, making sure everything is on the up and up, making sure that Clem doesn't do any shenanigans here early on. And Clem is going for a standard opener. Oh, this time something more aggressive. Okay. Now we saw last game, Clem went for a Rax expand into a 3 Rax follow-up, which meant he was vulnerable to aggression because of the lack of stim or lack of any factory units. This time, double gas, faster factory. This time we're going to be opening up. Interesting. Okay, so once again, no SCV Scout. No SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout. Reactor first into that factory. Okay. What's he cooking, Papi? What's he cooking? What do you got? This could be Reactor Reaper Hellion. This could be for an add-on swap. This could just be for eventual drop play with Cyclone, with Marine into Cyclone Medevac. Into a committed 2-base push. We have options. Do have options. She's at Blem. Ah. Blem him up. And it is going to be Reactor Reaper. Okay, Reactor Reaper's here from Clem. I imagine Hellion. Yeah, imagine Hellion behind this as well. So with this kind of opener, the goal is to get into a mineral line. It's to bust into a mineral line to get some economic damage done early on. To take an economic lead. Meanwhile, we did open up Zealot first, going for a Twilight Council opener. We have our tech of choice. Twilight Council with the Blink. I imagine the Zealot does confirm the additional Reapers, and we have more Reapers on the way. Made 2, now we have a 3rd and 4th Reaper, more Hellions as well. Again, Mass Reaper Hellion. The goal here is to break through, get into the natural, get into the main base, get some probe damage. That's the ideal. And Nightmare has a piece of the puzzle. He has eyes on the Hellions, he saw the additional Reapers, he sees more Reapers on the way. He sees everything. Nightmare does confirm. And ideally we'd have a wall-off set up, but yeah, the pylon is going to be a little bit later. Not fully set up here on the low ground. The army soon to arrive. And can Nightmare hold? Takes out a Reaper. Not bad. 3 Reapers left. 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion. 1 Hellion gets sniped. Massive pickup. Ooh, but we're going for the mineral line again. There's barely anything left here for Nightmare. Barely an army to speak of. The Adept goes down. Boys are being pulled up. They're getting roasted. Hellion volley goes off. We can barely focus on the Hellion. The hero probe gets the kill. But 3 Reapers, they dive into the main base and more probes are going down. This is getting out of hand. Far too much damage already. 7 probe kills, 8 for 9 probe kills, and this is quickly becoming game-ending damage. 10 worker kills in the main base. Can we get 11? Can we get 12? Can we get 13? No shot, no shot. But 12 probe kills is crazy. And behind this, Clem has been making SCVs, getting to Cyclone follow-up, working towards the 1-1-1 into Medevac, or sorry, into Liberator. And Clem is getting ready for his second wave for the second push. We have 3 Stalkers. Big volleys going off on the Cyclone. But the Medevac has arrived. Oh my god, barely do juggle back. We save the Cyclone. And we're going for the kill. We're going for the economy once again. We juice. Blink is done. We snipe a Cyclone. Not bad. And we defend. We will defend here. Barely blinking back. Barely avoiding those cyclones. Going for the medevac, going for the dive. It's gonna cost us the stalker. And we don't get the medevac. It boosts away. Clem does barely escape here, and Clem takes a worker lead, something you don't often see in the TVP. Usually the Protoss needs to be ahead in workers, but now Clem has a massive lead. And Nightmare is up against the wall. Ooh, blinking into tank range. Does get behind the mineral line though, does get behind the base. Liberator to the natural. Yeah, we'll siege, probes are falling, at the same time Stalker's getting caught out. Oh! And we're gonna lose everything. 2 Stalkers go down, 2 Stalkers barely survive. 5 probes go down across the map. Ay, ay, ay. And Nightmare, he has to commit. He does get the tank. Sorry, just running in chat. But I do notice the frame drops in-game, so I'm going to restart the client after this series. I said I was going to do it in the previous semis, but then we just jumped right back into Clem versus Nightmare. I had no time, Papi. I had no time. So we'll restart the client afterwards. Stalker's dipping in. Going for the tank. And we get the second tank. The repairs just in time. Oh my god, and the repairs will keep the tank alive just barely. How? How does he do it? Clemmy saves the tank across the map. Liberator still wreaking havoc. Denying mining time. Just containing a Nightmare here to a 1-base economy for as long as we can. We're diving on top of the prism. The prism goes down. Massive pickup. The prism falls. The Stalkers as well. And Clem, now he can take a third. There are TCs on the way. And Clem is moving out with the third wave. He's out with the 5, he's out with the tank. Raven leads the charge as well with auto turrets. No disable. And you can see Nightmare trying to hold on, trying to slow down the army, but there's only so much he can do with so few Stalkers. It was game-ending damage earlier, and Nightmare has not done enough to recover. Colossus has arrived. That will help. We don't have a disable. We have tanks. And the tanks, they do siege up this third base. It's a lost cause. We cannot save it. It is going to be cancelled. And Nightmare, he's being forced further and further back. Oh my god, massive tank volleys going up. And Clem is gaining ground. We have a third base on the way, but we may not make use of it. Clem doesn't need it at this point. Oh my god. Loss is getting very low. And the Colossus are under fire. We're getting within range of the production. Ooh. Big volleys going off. Pylon goes down. And the Robo's under fire as well. Not like this. The Robo goes down as well. We do have the Prism, thankfully, going on top of the tanks. We go for the dive. Prism goes down. The tanks, we hold on. We hold the line. Clemmy's breaking through. There's one Colossus left. Barely alive. At this point, we can just dive in. At this point, we don't even need the tanks. We can just stim and win. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Clem will take the series and will advance on to the grand finals to face off against his next opponent to face off against Dark. And I will restart my client, and hopefully that does resolve all those frame drop issues. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Sometimes Blizzard servers do be like that. But GG, well played. Clem will take the series, and that was a close one. I mean, Game 3 was pretty dominant in favor of Clem. Clem took a risk, he was hyper-aggressive, and Nightmare was caught out with the Adepts in the center of the map. He barely did not have enough to defend, and we lost too many probes. Of course, that snowballed into the win there for Clem. Just never really let Nightmare stabilize, never let him breathe. Never did allow him to breathe there. And with that, we have our two finalists. It's going to be a Terran versus Zerg. It's going to be Clem versus Solar. For those who are maybe unaware, for those who weren't here earlier, Clem has been in Korea for almost a week. Or for around a week, actually. Clem did arrive in Korea last week and has been practicing, has been training, has been boot camping with everyone else. With Estrella, with Trigger. Estrella, Trigger, and Future. They've all been improving, they've all been practicing. They've all been boot camping together. So it's great to see him taking part and, you know, embracing the Korean scene. That's why that Clem played last week in Kung Fu Cup. That's why he played last week in KSL and this week in ESL Asia. So because Clem is now in Korea, he can play and participate in these online Korean-based weeklies. So really cool to see, and now he's here in the finals. Has made it all the way to the grand finals. And we'll see where this takes us. Shall see. Oh, and as we're settling into this, a big shout out to Savarin in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Oh, sorry, for subscribing for the first time with Twitch Prime. So thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Catching up in the chat. See. Clem in Korea, see, Bobby, see, in Korea. Oh. But videos are underway, and once they are ready, we'll be jumping on in. Of course, predictions will be ready as well. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 3. Oh boy. So we have even more matches ahead of us. Ah, can't wait. Can't survive it. Yes, yes, man. Gracias. Speaking of subs, a shout out to Colossi in the chat as well. Monsieur Colossal Go. Thank you so much for resubscribing to Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Thank you. Do appreciate it here. Again, thanks to all the support that we get in the chat, whether it's with bits, whether it's with donations, patrons, and subscribers as well. We're able to actually, you know, host our events, able to produce and cast as often as we do. So thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Still appreciate it. As we are here and we're getting ready for the grand finals, the final series of the night. I mentioned before about catching up with WTL. We'll catch up tomorrow. We'll catch up with World Team League tomorrow. I think that will be best, just because again, I did have a ladder stream just before the cast, and I'm pretty worn out from the ladder. It was soul draining, Papi, soul draining. So we'll just focus on ESL Asia, and we'll be back well rested for tomorrow's broadcast for ESL Americas and WTL after. That'll be the plan. Meanwhile, we have our vetoes, and we are jumping into our first game. Let's go. Go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. Representing Team Vitality, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player himself, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are now open, so you can place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Will it be Clem or Solar? Will it be the Zerg or the Terran? Up to you to decide. Clem opening up 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper opener here out of Clem. Likewise, Clem he is our most recent KSL champion. He was able to bring down Dark in the finals of KSL. So Clem already showcasing his prowess in TVZ, but Dark is a very different kind of player. Dark is more roach heavy, he's more aggressive. Solar, a little bit more mid-game oriented, and a little bit more Ling Bane oriented as well. So we'll see where this takes us. As for now, as we mentioned, 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper. Let's go. Will they play in GSL? Right now, the purpose of them staying in Korea is to train and prepare for EWC. Esports World Cup is the World Finals, and it's coming up next month. So the reason why everyone is in Korea is to get the best practice possible, the best practice they can in preparation for the most important tournament of the year. So it is not for GSL, it is for EWC. I mean, a big event nonetheless. Meanwhile, we do have our Reapers on the way. The goal of this build, the purpose of this opener, is to deny the third, to contain Solar on 2 bases. We'll see if we can, as Solar is soon about to scout and confirm with the Overlord. Will soon confirm. Ah, bonsoir, Monsieur Colossi. Your Brazilian is beautiful. As we are settling in. CC is on the way. Clem moving out with the Reapers, and Solo going to be hiding his drone, keeping it hidden, keeping it safe. At that 4th base location. And the Reaper has arrived. Link's speed is going to be prioritized here for Solar. Does prioritize Link's speed. Dancing with that Reaper. We did make an extra pair of Lings. We have to, just because more Reapers are coming. And for now, Solar does deflect. 3rd base has yet to be thrown down. Again, the 3rd base is delayed because of the Reaper aggression, and we have 3 Reapers in total. We're getting a 4th Reaper back at home, but just the 4th Reaper. 4 Reapers, then into the add-ons, then into the mid-game. Into the next stage of this build. Meanwhile, the Queen under fire takes a lot of hits. Drone is going to be coming in. Not quite, not yet. Still biding our time. Clem will check the 3rd base location. Once again, confirming there's nothing, but here come the drones. Here comes the 3rd. But it was delayed. This was a big delay nonetheless here for Solar. Stuck on 2 bases, maintaining himself, does keep up. Meanwhile, Clem going for a 3rd CC before the natural was even done. So very economic follow-up here, getting into a 3 CC 2-1-1. So there is going to be a stim timing available for Clem, but it's not going to hit too hard, as we're just gearing up for the mid-game. As Clem just being very active with his Reapers. Link speed kicking in. Solar is holding his own. As they try to catch Reapers, but this Reaper cliff, they can't escape. Someone is asking, who's in Korea? The NA boys. Astrea, Trigger, and Future. They are in Korea alongside Clem. They're all together. Go. He isn't, neither is Trigger, but they are helping out their boys. There you go. So asking, like, Trigger and Future, they are not qualified for EWC, that is true, but they are there to help out Astrea and Clem. They will still be practice partners, still be in the environment. That's also why they're also competing in these weekly tournaments. So they will still be a benefit for, of course, Clem and Australia. As Clem is moving out across the map, Stim is done, medevacs have arrived. At the same time, third CC has been thrown down. Solo does spot this, does confirm. But can we survive the push? And we survive. Hellbat's going to be morphing in. Stimming on forward. We do focus on the medevac. Nicely done. Meanwhile, the Hellbats have morphed in. Armory did complete. And without Bailings, we are breaking through. We're getting on top of the queens. We have a transfuse. We are running out of transfuse energy. One queen goes down. Second queen goes down. But we do hold. We do hold. We do defend. Nicely done here by Solar. Does deflect Clem. And Clem has to back off. Remember, he was not all in, but he's being denied mining here at the third base. Solo being as annoying as possible. Clem still rallying across the map, morphing in even more Hellbats. I apologize, I missed the armory. I was just focusing in the chat. But this was a Stim timing alongside the Hellbat push, or the Hellbats. But Solo holds. And now we have Bailings. Now we have 1-1 kicking in. No fourth hatchery yet, but it should be on the horizon. We're getting there. Here we go. Might just be that to drink soju and eat chicken. I mean, they literally were all playing in KSL and CranKy Cup and this tournament as well. Like, they're all playing together in these online weeklies. And again, I'm sure they're also helping when it comes to the practice environment, and motivating each other as well to improve. Like, that's the purpose of a boot camp. So it is really cool to hear. As Clem is moving out. Getting ready for a second push. We have a handful of Hellbats. Bailings are ready for it this time. How good are the mine shots going to be? Oh, don't quite commit. Not yet. 2 Widow behind this. Mine shots yet to be baited out. So a very close hold here. Bailings can connect with the Hellbats. Hellbats will fall. And the mines! Widow mines are baited out. Solar barely holds on. At the same time, getting ready for a run by. Mine shot goes off. And Lingze will distract Clem. At the same time, Bailey's peeking in. Up! Forcing back the army. Clem is being forced back. Solo does hold. We have creeps spreading quite nicely here towards the north, towards the center, but not really towards the south. Do have to get on that. Creep's going to be amassing. Solo embracing Ling Bane Hydra here, taking up into Hive Tech and Sage Bits all the way. Hydra, of course, will help when it comes to dealing with these drops, and we have Lurkers on the horizon as well. We can embrace the Lurkers as Clem is doubling down on bioaggression. Now, this is not a 3-base all-in. Clem is taking a 4CC. It's on the way back at home. But we do need Lings, though. Solo going for a massive Ling counterattack, but Clem is ready. Clem, he is ready back at home. We have reinforcements. Clem does hold. At the same time, Mine Shot's getting baited out. No big connections. But we need Lings. Solo, he desperately does need Lings to defend. 18 Lings are on the way. The army does stim once again. Pushing forward, getting on top of the queens. Queen's getting low. Another queen goes down. And yeah, there's just not enough Lings. Bailings, they get targeted down one after the other. No Lings to support. Without Lings, Bailings, they just melt. They do not connect. Not ever. And Clem is breaking through. Clem, yeah, he is breaking through. Snowballing out of control. Focusing down those Bailings. Taking down the queens. Mine shots aren't amazing. Hydras are still amassing. Solar, can we hold? It's going to be close. Up. Solar, he's barely holding on. Oh, massive connection. Oh my god, one Bailing is all we need. One Bailing is all it takes. One Bailing connects and Clem has to back off. Oh my god. What a Bailing connection as well. Solar survives. He survives. Hive is halfway done. Lurker Den is on the way. Solar once again going for a run by, but Clem does intercept. Oh my god, that was 2 queens going down to the mine shop. Brutal. But now we are rotating over Nitro going up. Oh, connecting the mineral line. Drones are going down. And once again, Solar, he's lacking Ling Bane. Oh, we do force friendly fire, though. Okay, okay. We're lacking Ling Bane, make use of the Widow Mines. Speaking of, Widow Mines are not going to reset, thankfully. One of them might. As now we do have a healthier Ling count. Lings are amassing. Clem getting ready for the push towards the south. Vipers are on the way. That'll be a secure way to shut down these drops. But until then, Clem has momentum, has map control, pushing in towards the expansion. Nitro's going to be going up. And once again, we are gaining ground in Solo. He just can barely not keep up. As we do break through the initial defensive line there of Widow Mines. Widow Mines get cleaned up. Solo, once again, he's barely holding. Lurker Den is done. And show us the Lunkers, Papi. That's what we're waiting for. The Lunkers and the Vipers. Without them, we kind of hold on. Widow Mine is going to reset. 5 drones going down in total. Widow Mines have been so annoying here for Solar. Clem still rallying over. He's on 4 CC. Further in, Vipers have arrived. They could, of course, parasitic bomb the medevacs. These medevacs have been accumulating. Lurkers have made it, and Solar, his goal here is to slow the game down. Slow the game down enough. Liberator does fall. Bio Army rotating over towards the third. Third base. Widow Mines going down. Solar will keep up. And now both players are about to max. Both players are maxing out. We have a back and forth. For the longest time, Clem had map control and had momentum, but now that's about to be stripped away. Now that we have Lurkers and Vipers, now suddenly the dynamic changes here in ZVT. And Solo can actually fight back, and can actually force Clem back home. We can finally be aggressive, Fabi, as we're chasing down the Marines and those Marauders. Collapsing on the main army. Vipers coming in. Nice kiting here from Clem. But we're going to be running out of map space. There we go. Forced to pick up. The base is going to be denied. We're going for the CC at the same time. Lurkers, they counter-sack across them. They get into the mineral line. Solo going for a split push. That's a kill the CC. 400 minerals down the drain. Mine just going up. On Lings, but not on Baylings. Clean up the Widow Mines. We can't break this choke point. This position is just brutal. Too brutal to push into. Solo will retreat. Lurkers, if they go down. Ooh, it looks like they did. Yeah, rough loss. Those 4 Lurkers that were cleaned up by the Ghosts. Ghosts have hit the field. And now we have a back and forth. Until the Lurkers popped out, Solo had map control, but now it's not as easy. Not as clear cut here as Ghosts are amassing. Solar still applying a lot of pressure. More Lurkers have morphed in. Likewise, Liberators hitting the 4th. Things do maintain themselves. How many Lurkers do we have? 6. 6 Lurkers, 2 Vipers. The main army is missed. Solar not fully aware where it is. Rotating over. Knocking down the rocks. Making room. And this third base looking very exposed. Yeah, Clem is expecting a push here towards the north, not towards the south. He has to respond. He has to react. Send the tower under fire. We're forcing a bit of friendly fire. Up! The mine shots will connect on the Baylings. Solar collapsing on the main army. Oh my god, massive mine shots. Will not get on top of the Ghost. Solar has to retreat. Does have to back off. Costing 15 Banelings. And a Viper. Didn't even notice. Yeah, one of the Vipers did go down. At the same time, Lurkers don't get any ground towards the north either. See Solar checking for a fresh base. Collapsing on the 3rd. Oh, massive mine connections on Lings once again. But we're going for the mineral line. Baylings are going to be crashing in. They take down the Ghost. They go for the SCVs. Up. Ooh, barely connecting. 10 SCVs go down. And we don't quite get the CC. Not a bad trade. Say that, thankfully, it did not cost us the Viper. Viper does survive. Solar taking top right. Has to back up, has to rebuild his Banelings. Has to remass. Now Infestors on the way. I mean, fungal growths are going to be a key factor here as well, catching out those ghosts. If these ghosts ever get caught out, that's going to be game. Then and there. Will it be game? So we have a bit of a lull period here. Solar making his way to the main base. Remember, Nidus is done. We can try to go for the Nidus into the production, but we're ready for it. Somewhat. Yeah, we have the scan, we have the snipe. But he's wise to the Nidus worms. And he will shut down that hatchery. Ooh, that's going to be a kill. A kill, not a cancel. Brutal pick off at the same time. Solar Delta carries collapsing in. Going for the surround. Does catch some ghosts. It's going to be, one ghost falling. Not many. One ghost goes down. Banelings roll in, taking down a second ghost. And barely a third. 3 ghosts go down for the price of 60 lings and 22 Banelings. Oh my god. Not ideal. But Solar is still maintaining himself. He also gets 8 SCVs. And the Infestors have arrived. Looking for those fungals. At the same time, Clem taking another base, taking top right. Another CC getting up and running. As he takes this base, he should lose this third though. Without any ghosts in position, we should break this position. Solar doesn't commit. Oh, the mine shot! Massive Widow Mines, oh my god! So many lings go down. Once again, another 3 mine shots clean up every single ling. That was 127 lings going down. At the same time, the ghosts, they break through the defensive line. They caught the lurkers. EMP on the Infestor as well. Oh my god, these have been brutal fights here for Solar. Again, the lack of SCVs is what's keeping Solar in this. But the trades were brutal. Did they catch 5 ghosts? Nice storm here across the map. Meanwhile, Clem pushing forward. The fungal! Oh, we catch the Medivacs! Beautiful, beautiful fungal here from Solar. Finally, we catch out the Medivacs. We catch out a ghost. Or the Medivac full of ghosts even. And it looks like we will break this Nexus. Nexus Planetary, you know what I mean. Planetary is going to go down, and now we can take top right as well. And Clem, he has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The ghosts, they cloak in the corner of the map. But there's no saving them. There shouldn't be a way to save them. Yes, we have found them out. The ghost counts basically resets. We're down to 2 ghosts left. And Solar from here can just back off, rebuild, and just keep the pressure up. Meanwhile, Clem is on 3 CC. 3 bases left. We're scanning. Clem now realizes how far behind he is. The bases are fully operational. Nice as well, denying expansion. Massive mine connections on the lings once again, though. And I mean, Clem, he's trading well, he's kiting well. And upon seeing these bases, he is rallying on over. Reinforcements are on the way. The fungal from behind! Oh my god! The Infestors, they snuck up on the army. Massive fungals. We catch out the northern force. Now we can focus here towards the south. As Clem is going for the hatchery. And Solar, he's racing on over across the map. Does race over, denies mining here at the northern CC. Medevac gets low, GG gets called, and Solar will take a lead in the series. We'll take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Oh, did I not start the predictions? Oh, that's a shame. Did I not? I need to double check that. I need to... I mentioned before that my mind is a little bit fried from laddering earlier. My brain is worn out, so I do apologize if predictions weren't open. They should have been. Okay, they are. Okay, they did. Okay. I was second guessing myself, Papi. I was concerned. But GG, well played. It was a very tense back and forth. As a reminder, initially Clem had to control the game. He was just forcing Solar back. He was just pulling him apart and applying so much pressure. Solar was barely holding on, just barely survived, and eventually got into Lurkers. And we spoke about it at the time. Once Lurkers came into the mix, Solar no longer had to be the defender. Finally, Solar could be the aggressor. Finally, Solar, he gained map control. We had more of a back and forth instead. And Solar was able to maintain his own momentum and maintain map control as well. Just keeping Clem back, hindering the economy, eventually catching out the ghost of those fungals and popping off. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into that second game, and we'll see how this goes. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, representing Team Liquid, down to the series, but it's a best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us. It is Clem. Let's go. Surprised Raynor didn't stay. Unfortunately, Raynor, he'd already, like, I wouldn't say overstayed his welcome, but he did stay like 3 months. It was like 3 months or something like that. I think it was like 90 days in Korea that he had spent. So he did go back to Europe, Technically, he could go back to Korea, but he might be homesick a little bit, right? Like, spending 3 months in Korea already, like, he did his time. Raynor did his time, and I'm pretty sure tourist visas are max 90 days for the most part. There are different visas, of course, for different countries, but yeah, Raynor, you can't just stay. Unfortunately, you can't just stay. And he's doing his own practice, doing his own customs, I'm sure, in Europe. I'm sure working with Cyril as well. Would not be surprised among some of the other European players out there. Odd to see Clem didn't capitalize his C. This is just his account on Korea. Just the Korean account has a lowercase c. Is uppercase everywhere else. As a heads up. Meanwhile, this time Clem opening up with a Rax Expand, standard opener here out of our blue Terran. Meanwhile, Solar going gasless. Let's go. That's going to be a hatch into spawning pool into hatchery here. Again, a very greedy build by Solar. Clem does confirm that the hatchery is already on the way. And this time Clem did not open up 2-Rax Reaper. Clem cannot punish this. Well, not yet. Not anytime soon. Now, the downside, of course, is no gas. No gas means no link speed. Usually, this leads into roaches. And this could be also leading into a roach all-in. Solar, we saw this earlier today. He is more than willing to embrace all-ins if need be. Solar is more than willing to just commit here to roach play and roach aggression whenever he needs to. Isn't something he's too fond of, but yeah, every now and then does roach it up. So Reaper is going to be pinned back. And ideally, we don't take the gases until we get full saturation on at least the night. Oh, my apologies. We have taken a gas here at the natural, actually. This is interesting. Okay, Clem is not scattered. So, Clem, he saw the main, he saw the lack of gas, he's aware of the gas's build, but this earlier gas geyser is not orthodox. This is not normal, so I'm curious what Solar's plan is. Ooh, as Clem does dip into the natural, and he will confirm, he will scat the gas, and is now aware of the potential of Link main play. We'll see, just the one gas geyser for now. So Clem, he knows that his opponent isn't as greedy. Yep, there it is. Link speed is on the way. Again, usually we skip link speed and we drone up a little bit harder before taking a gas. So very important that Clem did confirm that. Meanwhile, back at home, we have our Cyclones. We shut down the Overlords. I say that the Overlord barely does escape. Barely survives. As behind this, Clem opening up. Oh, with a 2-1-1. 2-1-1 Cyclone. It's been a while since we've seen this. This opener was popularized, I want to say, at the start of the year. Right? Like around the start of the year here. Especially with the older Cyclone. In the last patch. So, very interesting. Very aggressive here as well from Clem. It takes down a queen already. One queen goes down. Lynx, they struggle to engage. Remember, link speed is not done. And the Cyclones, they're popping off. Meanwhile, early Bailey Nest here from Solar. No lair. Uh-oh. This could be the beginning of an all-in. Like, we spoke earlier about the earlier gases that Solar had taken. I was curious if we were going to be embracing something more aggressive and more committed, and I think we are. Yeah, Solar, he's going for the all-in, massing up pure Ling Bane. Meanwhile, back at home, Clem is going to have a massive amount of Marines. Stim is about to finish up in 10 seconds, and Solar is still not droning. Just straight up all-in here. Solar hoping that Clem was a little bit more greedy, but remember, this is a delayed third CC out of Clem. Clem has a lot of Marines. And Stim is done. It's gonna, I mean, there's no bunker. If there was a bunker, I think Clem holds. Without the bunker, it's going to be close. Clem, he has no idea. He has no idea what's coming. He has no idea what's going on. He's moving out. Now is not the time. Clem moves out. He's on the other side of the wall. And we're collapsing in. We stim on forward, but alas, the wall is a wall just barely. Whew. We do fully wall up. Wall gets knocked down. We're busting into the natural, into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled, and so far we split well. So far, a good response, good reaction here out of Clem, and we hold. Yeah, we shut this down. Again, I was concerned here for Solar because Clem did not open up economically. He opened up aggressively, so he has a massive amount of Marines. And even without the bunker, Clem, he's looking strong, and he's ahead. Clem has a massive lead. Solar is now droning, but these drones are so late. The lair is late, the Evo chambers are late. Everything here is so delayed, and it's an uphill battle. It's going to be a rough game from here on forward for Solar, as he did not get enough damage done. He needed more. Solar did need more. And the only hope that Solar has here is if Clem is playing scared. Like, if Clem is maybe afraid of a second all-in, a second wave, and if he stays at home and he builds up and he waits until 3-base saturation, that he's going to be giving Solar an opportunity here to bounce back. So we'll see if he does move out. We shall see. Clem is going to be rallying across the map. Clem is not passive. And this is going to be a rough hold for Solar. He's going to have to defend with slow banes. Slow banes are on the way. Army sitting on forward, catching out the Lings. Bailings will crash in, but last video pick up in time. We avoid the Bailings. So far, a very efficient trade here out of Clem, and he's not done. He's dropping into the main base. Only the one queen, only the 2 Lings. We can drop in, and we can dive on this. And Clem is getting a lot done. Forcing another stim. Focus down all the Bailings. Again, slow Bailings, they don't connect. The efficiency is insane, Papi. 34 Lings for a medevac full of Marines. And we're not done. We catch a queen as well. Queen goes down, limited an entire. We still have the 1 Marine here on the low ground. Will eventually be cleaned up. And behind this, Clem is working on a 4 CC, building up his tank counts. More Marines. 1-1 is finishing up. Armory for 2-2. Clem is looking quite comfortable. This drop didn't have to do damage. This drop was just to harass, just to clear up creep. Ideally, it's gotten so much more than that. In a standard game setup, I should say, it's just to clear creep and maintain map control. We've traded so well against Banelings, against Lings. Bailing speed has still not begun. This is an oversight for Solar. We have a lair, we have gas, no bailing speed. This is, yeah, this, this is brutal. Clem is pushing forward. Yeah, the tanks, they tank so many of those Banelings. And GG gets called. Clem will take this, will take back game number 2 and tie things up 1-1. GG. We are going into a tied up series here. Clem bounces back. Let's go. But again, Solo was fully all in with the Ling Bane all in and with Ling Bane push, and unfortunately just did not do enough damage. Clem didn't see it coming, but because of Clem's build, because of his 2-1-1, he had an abundance of units to work with anyway, so he was able to defend, able to shut it down. Solo was hoping that Clem had gone for a more economic build, like a 3cc. A more economic, more greedy build, but that was not the case. So Solo gambled a little bit and unfortunately gambled incorrectly. And now we have a back and forth. We have a tied up series and we're getting into game number 3. Here we go. We go. Just catching up in the chat. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Alkion, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Vitality, who are being forced into a tied up series, but can still bring this back, can still bring this home. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Tying up the series 1-1. We are going to be settling in. This time it's going to be a hatch first. We'll keep an eye on the gases. I don't want to blindly say hatch gas pull. It should be hatchery into gas. Never mind. It was a 15-15. Interesting. So 15-15 opener. Solar is hoping that Clem opens up 2-Rax Reaper. We can see that is not the case. So this is a very safe opener out of Solar, blindly trying to counter 2-Rax Reaper. But it's a standard opener out of Clem. So Clem, I would give the slight advantage here. Slight. Go. As we are going to be settling in. For those that are curious, again, this is a delayed gas build. This is designed to get earlier queens. Earlier queens, earlier lings, or I say earlier queens, early lings. We're going to be able to drone up and focus on mineral income early on, and this would typically lead into roaches, into roach play, just because of how late your gases are. And is a way to shut down early game Reaper aggression. But again, Clem just getting to a standard opener. Rax expands into our initial Reaper. Moving out across the map. SCV does scout, does confirm. And we'll see if Solar can get his third base up and running. So drone is on the way. Lings have arrived. Yeah, they should be able to fend off that SCV. Up, it's close. Yeah, the drone is going to be forced back. Oh, forced back for a moment, and we do get our third base just up in time. Whew. I was close. One more second, and it would have been denied. Reaper takes out 2 Lings. Queens are out. And the gas is on the way. Okay. It's going to be late or delayed gas here for Solar. We'll see if he does embrace Ling speed or not. It's early enough we can get into Ling speed. It's okay. Go. As Clem is going to be dipping into the main. Does dip in, just getting some scanning information, gets eyes on the third. Gas is building up for Solar. And behind this, Clem is going to be going 3cc. 3cc into a starport. Again, this is the opener that Solar was hoping that Clem went for last game. That this is what he was hoping for, but wasn't the case. Never lucky, man. Never lucky. So Clem does push forward, avoiding those queens. Goes to the middle line. And Link's not ready. Remember, Link's speed was not researched, and drone's getting barbecued. Oh my god! Big volleys going off. We get 5 drone kills. That is worth 2 Hellions. Well worth it for Clem. And we are going to be skipping Link's speed. Link's speed is not being researched. This should be for a Roach War. Should be. Should be Roach play here from Solar. We'll keep an eye on him. Once again, Clem going for another dive. Once again, slow Link struggling to keep up. We annihilate those Lings. We dive into the main base. Boys happy, but we get us around. The boys are pulled. We shut down the Hellion. Whew. Just barely. And we confirm, still no lair. No other tech of choice, not yet. There it is. It's going to be a lair first. Lair first on the way from Solar. Meanwhile, that is going to be a fake cloak on the way. Okay. It's going to be 3cc into Banshee. We do cancel Matrix or Cloak, essentially. So just vanilla Banshees forcing an overreaction out of Solar. Spores are on the way. Banshees have arrived. And it is going to be a Bailey Nest, actually, not a Roach Warren. Okay. Which means, where's Link speed? Oh, have we forgotten? Like, if we're not going for the Roach Warren, we do need Link speed, and we have yet to research. Last game we forgot Bailey speed. Here, there we go. Link speed finally on the way, but it's so late. It's so delayed. We didn't have the resources for it. We didn't have the gas. And we're going to cut this close. It means that there's going to be a window where Clem can once again take advantage of Solar and try to get into another mineral line. Solar relying on purely queens to defend and purely queens to keep up. We have Banshees on one end, Hellions on the other. Banshees dip in, and they dip out. Likewise, looks like Clem, he isn't really going for any push earlier on. Looks like Link speed should finish in time for 7 minutes for the eventual move out of Clem, so it should be okay. Should be okay. Hellions aren't too adventurous. Thankfully for Solar. And he is taking a 4th. Getting his 4th. 1-1 is on the way. Link speed about to finish. We're okay. We get away with it. I mean, did lose a lot of drones in the process, true. Did happen, but we're okay. We're going to be okay here. As Clem shouldn't be moving out until we really reach our next step, which is 1-1 upgrades. 1-1 about to finish up. Clem moving out with drop play, not with the tanks. We're leaving the tanks back at home for now. And just focusing on map control and clearing up some creep. Now clearing up as much creep as we can. Catch some tumors. Catch a couple of tumors. Diving on the queens. Up. Hellbats are morphed in. We won't commit. As the Marines are forced back. At the same time, Banshees, they're poised and ready to go. Ready to dive into that northern base. And here comes the actual move out. This time with tanks, with the rest of the army, with the reinforcements. Ideally, Clem would have cleaned up all this creep to actually push through towards and threaten the base. But the creep is still standing strong. This is still a brutal position here in the center of the map. Clem is pushing forward. Exposing these tanks a little bit. But they do siege. And Solar backs off. Solar does bank back up, building up more Link Bane. Collapsing on the Hellbats initially. Hellbats do go down. Clem still rallying across. And he is A-Raxing. That's a good map for it. It's going to be a 3-base A-Rax here from Clem. 3-base all-in, essentially. Doubling down, staying on the one factory. And just rallying everything across the map to end the game here and now. And can Solar hold on? Can he survive this? Hold on as we do slowly leapfrog forward. Now the tank getting within range. Hydra's taking a lot of hits. We do come in from behind. We go for the full surround. We collapse on the tanks. Bailey's a crash into the Marines as well. A very nice collapse here sandwich from Solar. From here, yes, the backup. Reinforcements have arrived, but now only one tank for Clem. Now we can back up and do that again. Ideally. He's poking forward. Getting on top of the Hydras. Queens are going down. Running out of transfuse. Yeah, the Queens are falling. Hydras are melting as well. It's going to be a close hold. That was so many Hydras going down. And Clem may have too much. Bailey's do get past the tank. Getting on top of the Marines. I'm afraid to look though. I'm afraid to look. That was how many Hydras? 11 Hydras. Oof. 11 Hydras going down. That may just be too much. As Clem maintains this position. Pushing forward even further. Tank has been replaced. Remember, it has been a 3-way solid. 4 CC is on the way though. Getting ready for the next step. Collapsing on the tank. Tank gonna go down. Barely any Banelings though. But it looks like we barely have enough Lings and Hydras. Again, not the best trade here from Solar. Trading out Hydras for Marines. It looks like he will barely hold on. Solar survives. He survives. Lurker Den's on the way. Vipers are on the way as well. This was very committed here from Clem. But he is taking the 4th. And Clem backs up. Okay. We made it. Solar, he breaks the main army. Clem, he retreats, taking his 4th base. Meanwhile, at the same time, Solar. Oh my god. The balls on Solar to go across the map amidst of all this. Hits the 4th base, but we have reinforcements. Yeah, we do have enough to defend. At the same time, Solar collapsing with this drop. And we have a game. We have a game. We have it back and forth. The game will not end suddenly here off of 3 bases. Solar getting up to 81 workers. Hive Tech. Vipers are gathering energy as we speak. Very similar to game number 1, actually, where Solar was kind of like up against the wall on side Delta, where he was on the brink of dying. And then he held, and then very quickly the momentum swings in favor of the Zerg. Just because of how committed Clem was in both game 1 and here in game 3. Which is why once that push fails, I mean, Clem, he loses all map control. He's stuck at home. Solar knocking down all the rocks, spreading creep freely, taking another base. Made it over that first hurdle. It was a big hurdle though. It was big. It's massive. Good Sim City here from Clem. It is solid. It's going to be difficult to really engage and get on top of the tank. Without Vipers at least. And Solar is maxed out. Whew. Solar is maxed out. Down those rocks. Ghost Academy's on the way, and we're in for a longer one. We're in for a much longer game. As we are looking, or Clem is at least looking to cut the map in half. It's going to be on Solar to deny the 5th. That's the win conditioning for Solar for now. Deny the 5th base and try to pull Clem apart. Tank bullies going up. Where are the Vipers? Vipers moving out. We have a 3-tank setup here. 3-tank siege line at the 3rd. But now Solar just settling into 3-3. 3 upgrades on the way, or +3 carapace at least. Opening up all these attack pods. does find a base. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Kill on that hatchery. Solar collapsing in. Does force back the medevacs. Medevacs are forced back. Solar being adventurous, he's going to be triple expanding, where he takes top left, bottom right, and tries to take another base. He's going to be denied. Well, Solar, he does keep up with these drops. Hatchery is going to go down, though. Hatchery does fall. Medevacs are forced back. Viper's not fast enough to yoink. There's going to be 2 bases going down. And Clem is now expanding. He's now taking a 5th. And again, Clem is fully turtled up. We have CCs, tanks, missile towers, sensor towers. Like, we're fully turtling up here on 5 bases. And it's going to be difficult for Solar to really deny the 5th. At this point, like, the setup here is looking quite solid. And you can see Solar bringing everything together for the most part. His goal here is to break this location. Can he, though? He's going to try it. Does collapse in, going for the CC. A nice blinding clouds here on the Marines, on the tanks as well. And 1 tank does fall. We get 15 SCVs, but the base survives. And Clem holds. Clem does hold. Forcing Solar back. And Solar's going to try that again. Like again, the goal here for Solar is to knock down this base time and time again and make sure that Clem does not establish this position. Make sure that we don't get CCs, planetaries, turrets. The same setup that we have here. We have to deny it. Otherwise, there's no stopping this. And then Clem can take the gold. Like, once his base is taken, the gold base is soon taken thereafter. Solar collapses in. Yeah, he does zone away the army, getting on top of the CC. CC gets low. Solar pulling back. Now just running towards the left. Another hatchery being taken. Solar rebuilding. Oh, and we're getting the wall up. CC, turret as well. Do we have any Vipers? We do have 2 Vipers. There we go. They're coming in. Now full of energy. And before the wall does finish, yeah, we blinded out the tanks once again. Both of them. We collapse on top of the tanks. We're going for the CC. Can we bring it down? Failing does crash in. Looks like we hold. Yeah, Clemmy will hold on. Solar, he invested a lot here into denying this space, and he is unsuccessful. Trying time and time again to break this, but now the planetary is done. CCs are on the way. Solar has a mech and he's rebuilding. He's remaxing, that's true. But Clem is kind of hunkering down here. And up next is going to be the gold. That is kind of going to be the next staging ground here for our players. I mean, I say that, it looks like Solar is gearing up for another push. He's trying to pull Clem's attention away. Deny this for him. Tanks in position. But with this base, Clem is going to be able to max out and have a comparable army to that, if not better army than that of Solar. Solar, he doesn't want to give up, though. He doesn't want to give up on this base. The ghosts are out of position, so we can abuse this. Going for the ghosts, but not able to catch them. Do we have any Vipers? We do. If that happens again, if the ghosts ever move out on the left, or even further on the left-hand side, then we can break this location. We can pull it off. Considering there's still like a wide gap here that we can make use of. Vipers catching a tank. Ghost as well. 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts go down. At the same time, Lurker going to be harassing, but is going to be shut down as well. Yeah, and we spoke about the gold. There it is. The gold base is now being taken. And we have to do something about this. Here we go. We commit in towards the left. Ghost not where they need to be. We go for Planetary. Planetary does go down. Just barely. We catch the SCVs as well. Not a bad pickoff, but this base wasn't as crucial. Like, sure, we deny this base, 15 SCVs go down, but this is a fresh mining base, and again, the gold comes along with it as well. So that was good, but Clem is still very much so in this. Once he gets the gold base up and running. Solar trickling in, catching a tank. Not bad. Tank is going to go down. Pulling away. We have Infestors on the way. Spires, it should be for Broodlords. Solar is taking up. Solar applying pressure here to the CC, but it's only 3 Lurkers. With a scan, we should be able to deal with this. At the same time, we collapse again! Once again, going for that CC, catching a tank. Not quite getting the ghost, though. That was a brutal trade. Unable to break through yet. Going for the fungal. Oh, it connects. Massive fungal. Where's the follow-up, though? The chain fungal, but no Ling Bane. Yeah, the fungals, they mean nothing without Ling Bane to follow up. Ay, ay, ay. And Clem does force Solar back. You can take the fungals to the face, Pappy. Does nothing. The fungals, they do nothing. But the base will fall. This CC, it's still very exposed. We break through. We deny mining. Gold base still not operational yet. Still not there. Solar has remaxed, and he's still trading. Like, bearing in mind here that Clem is bleeding out some tanks here and there, a ghost here and there. And we're collapsing in! Yeah, Solar, he's going for the kill, breaking through the tank line. Tanks that Clem cannot replace. Oh my god, so many tanks. What was that? 5 tanks going down. And I spoke earlier, I was like, oh, Clem, he should be okay. You know, he lost the base, but he's going to be able to saturate. This gold has not been saturated. It's not up and running. We need a Pappy. Yeah, and Solar just not backing up ever at this point. Gets on top of the ghost, big snipes going up, tanks are going down. And this base has been a non-factor. Solar still rebuilding, remaxing, just keeping the pressure up. And Clemmy's down to a hunch supply. Barely an army. Barely anything left. Solar looks like he has on it. He's broken the economy here of Clem. Clem down to 30 SCVs. Okay. Was a bit of a battle of attrition. Okay, calm down. We did need to calm down a little bit, though. As we are going to be rolling over. Getting on top of some of these tanks. Yeah, we just ignore the gold base. It's heavily fortified. We go for the third instead. We attack wherever Clem is not. And he's not at the third. And we could even go into the main. Let's say that. Lurkers, of course, denying mining here at the gold. Deny mining. We have position Clem. Clem is stuck here on the right-hand side. And he's being dragged out into the open. And we're dragging him out. And now we're going for the surround. Oh! Clem forced back to the natural. Lings, they collapse in. And Solar, he has done it. Finally trading well here against these ghosts. We'll bring them all down one after the other. GG gets called, and Solar takes a 2-1 lead over Clem. Whew, GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Solar, one more game is all he needs to claim the series, to be our champion. Onomas is all he needs. Meanwhile, Clem has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. Whew. And again, just a very intense back and forth. As a reminder, Clem started things off with a 3-base all-in. Did not kill Solar. We saw that very quickly after the failed all-in, Solar gained map control. He was able to pin Clem back on 4 bases. And Solar, a big portion of that follow-up was denying the 5th. was trying to deny the 5th base, and Solar wasn't quite able to, but what he was doing was trading, right? Every single time he went in, it was like 15 to 10 SCV kills, so he was keeping the worker count low, keeping the economy in check, and then he eventually was able to rotate and break down a base, and Clem was just having a really hard time trading, having a really hard time maintaining his losses specifically. So over time, losing a tank here and there did add up. Did add up over time. And Solar was able to overwhelm Clem. I mentioned before that, you know, when the base had gotten up and running, I was like, oh, with the gold, like, we should be able to maintain ourselves, but never really got up and running there for Clem. Never got saturated, never really held on to that location. And Solar takes the game. Now we're getting into game number 4. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. One game away from becoming our champion, it is a Solar. Going for a 15-15. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. I would love to see game 5, regardless of how the series ends. I would love to see an ace match between these two players. Let's go. Let's bring it back. As, again, Solar is opening up very safely. This is designed to defend against something like 2-Rax Reaper. As we can see, no 2-Rax Reaper. It's going to be a Rax Expand, standard opener out of Clem, safe opener out of Solar. If you remember, the same thing happened last game, and this can once again lead into delayed gases. Delayed gases into roaches. Last game, it was just really late link speed and really late banelings. So we'll see what Solar does embrace. We shall see. Go. Here we go. So now we can see Solar going to be mining through those gold minerals on the left hand side. Still no gas, by the way, so he is looking to maybe prioritize and rush into that 3rd hatchery. And it is going to be the case. SCV has arrived, but we should be able to break through and get that hatchery up and running. Again, this is a unique feature of this map of Crimson Court. We do have a mineral wall here on the left-hand side, so this 3rd base is very secure, and it will be taken. Solar will embrace it. Clem won't be able to do much about it. Again, gasless opener here out of Solar with a 15-15. And we'll see when the gases are taken. That will give us a glimpse as to whether it's going to be Lingbane or roaches. The gas. Okay, we're taking it now. It's pretty early. Pretty early here from Solar. So we should be working towards link speed and banelings, but we'll keep an eye on him just to confirm. Just to confirm. This is like a Mario game, but we never got to BC. True, true. We've seen too much of that. We had an entire map full of that a couple of seasons ago with Wicked. I still can't remember the name of the map, but I'm sure you're familiar. It wasn't Everdream, was it? Was it Everdream? Is that what I'm thinking of? So now we are going to just be poking back and forth. There's a Roach Warden here from Solar. Because of the earlier gas, I assumed that it was going to be maybe Link Bane again. We are researching Link Speed, but again, Roaches are going to be on the horizon here for our Red Zerg player. So, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? Link Speed and Roaches. Meanwhile, back at home, it was a 3cc build here from Clem. Also, it's not Evertree. God, what was the name of that map? It's the map that was notorious for just like hyper late game, just because you'd be very secure on 4 bases and you cut the map in half really easily. This was like 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Mario vs. Dark. I mean, we saw a lot of TVZs on it. One of these days, I'll just look it up. It's like a dark green map. Not Everdream. That was too long ago. Meanwhile, Halion jumped towards the natural. Slowling's trying to keep up. Oh, we're not joining. We are not joining, and Clem confirms. He confirms lack of saturation. That was actually a really big scout. Very important scout here from Clem. He does confirm no droning whatsoever with that Halion drop. And I mean, again, this was supposed to be hidden. This was meant to be hidden. There we go. Bunkers are on the way. Clem knows. As Solar's embracing the Ravagerling all in. Oof. Massive Halion shots. And Solar, he's committed. There's no turning back from this. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Solar kills Clem or he dies trying. And then Clem has a heads up. He's got bunkers on the way. One in the main, one in the natural. They are filled up. Tank is on the way. And now it makes sense why we went for the earlier gas. And now it makes sense why we went for Link Speed and Roaches at the same time. Because it's for an all-in, Bobby. It all makes sense. It all comes together. Wiles will connect. Ooh, we'll take down the bunker. Bunker does forward, busting into the natural. But there's a tank behind this. There is a tank in the back line. Lings, they collapse in. Wiles not quite going to be connecting. Nice splits here from Clem. Yeah, Lings are shut down. We force Solar back. And he's still in. He has to break through. There's no turning back. There's no drones. Oh, no drones. Can we get on top of the tank? Alas, we barely cannot. Oh, we lose every single Ravager. Brutal trade here from Solar. The Ravagers go down. The tank survives. And Clem holds. Clem does hold. We have a lair on the way for Solar, but that's a sad lair timing here for Solar. Oh, now we're droning. And Clem has a massive lead. 1-1 is on the way. We're building up the tank count. We have, of course, Stim. Combat shields on the horizon. Third CC already done and now going to be taken. Oh boy. Solar, he has a lot of catching up to do. What can we do here? We can go for maybe some Link drops. We can maybe rush into Infestors. Infestors would be an interesting way to stabilize and to survive a push with their fungal growths. I'm curious what is done with the lair. As we're getting to the Lever Chamber, rocks are being knocked down. We're droning as heavily as possible. Again, the upgrades are so delayed here for Solar. Evo Chamber's just now finishing. Just catch you in chat. I don't see an ace match and 4GG come out of nowhere with the steel chair. Knock Clem out of it. Knock Clem out. Take control. And win it all. Could happen. I mean, Clem is in Korea. A rogue Terran might just rock up and knock him out. Sit down in his place. You say 4GG, I say TY. I say... Oh no. Clem is going to be rallying forward and pushing towards the center. For a Ravager on the way. And yeah, we're going to be able to target this down. The Ravagers emerge and do force the pickup. Do force the initial pickup. Clem's still building up. Now Solar is rushing into Hive and rushing to Lurkers. Okay, that is a way to recover. So Lurker tech is a way to slow the game down. If Solar can successfully slow the game down, maintain his army, maintain his bases, then I mean sure, we can have a game. We'll see if we can get there. We'll take the first steps here towards recovery, towards stabilizing. Clem still has the greater economy. 4 CCs on the way. 2 2s on the horizon as well. It looks like 2-2 was delayed though, so not the biggest upgrade lead, but here comes the push. Oh my god, it's a massive army. How many tanks do we have? 7! 7 tanks are moving out. How do we stop this? 7 tanks against 4 Ravagers. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this is what really shows kind of how far behind Solar is. As we can just say, hey, move, Poppy. We can just sim and win. We dive on top of the army. We don't even need the tanks. They're not even necessary. The Marines, they win it on their own. And Clem will tap the series at 2-2. GG. GG, well played. The supplies may have looked similar, but the soup does lie. As a reminder, roaches are inflated supply, so numbers look closer than they really are. And the quality of the army also heavily in favor of Clem. As, again, didn't even need the tanks. Didn't need the tanks. Didn't need the support. The Marines on their own could have done it by themselves. And with that, GG, we're going all the way to Game 5. And again, you know, that was a failed all-in out of Solar. He did double down. He did commit. And there were maybe some slim chances, but really, more than anything, the way to bounce back in that game for Solar would have been for Clem to make mistakes and for Clem to be too passive. If Clem was passive, if Clem, I don't know, like, if he delayed his 4th, if he delayed his 3rd, if he played it scared, if he wasn't too confident, and if he, again, put himself behind because of that, then, you know, that's a way, right? Maybe mismicroing, walking into Ravager piles, or going for a split push instead and losing army after army with a fragmented force. There's always, like, potential, but slim chances. Slim chances there as we're getting ready for Game 5. Let's go. How do we know that hasn't happened already? True, true. The Korean Terran squad. The 4 horsemen, they all rallied together and took Clem out. Innovation, TY, Byun, and Maru. They all came together. But it looks like our players are asking for a break. Our players are asking for a bit of a bio break. You know what? I've been needing to go to the bathroom since the start of the series, so BRB. So, the players are asking for a bathroom break. May as well take advantage of it. So we're going to be going in a very short break here. When we return, we will have the final game, the ace match. See you soon. Drain your disruptors. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It looks like our players are ready. The casters are ready. We are jumping into the ace match, the final game of the series. It all ends here. It all ends on Amphion. We've had a back and forth here, really intense game so far, and now it all ends on our final map. here in Game 5 in the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Vitality. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. Sorry, South Korean? I mean, he is in South Korea. True. The French Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Let's go. Our TVZ is upon us. And it all ends here. Now, fun fact, when it comes to the games that Solar's lost and the games that he's won, Solar has won some intense back and forth mid to late game games on Side Delta and on Alkyone. The games that Solar has lost in this series failed all-ins. Remember, oh good. Solar, he went for a Ling Bane bus on Oceanborn. He went for a Ling Bane all-in on Oceanborn that failed, and then very quickly went in favor of Clem. And in the game we just saw, of course, we saw Solar on Crimson Court go for a Ravager Ling all-in, which also failed, and then Clem won. So, like, I'm just saying, Solar, we should maybe calm down. Maybe we should calm down a little bit and not try to go for an all-in. Just saying, as they have not worked so far. As I say that, of course, Solar has typically done so when he's had a lead in the series. Now here in the ace match, where do we go? Where does it take us? We're loading into Amphion. Amphion, of course, a very unorthodox map, has some interesting base layouts here with the third base, with the with the mineral patches that, of course, do gain access to it. Rocks as well. It's a very defendable third base location. I'm curious if either one tries to take it. Likewise, we'll see if we expand on the right-hand side instead. For now, Rax expand. Economic opener here out of Clem. Meanwhile, Solar going for, this time, a hatch gas pool. No crazy late gases, no gasless openers, no early spawning pools. We're settling in. Are settling in. As for now, we are going to be dancing with the initial Lings. So far, we did invest into 6 Lings here from Solar, which is 1 less drone to work with. But nice control so far. Solar does not lose a single Ling, and does defend. Does defend, it does hold. Also, I have to respond to this. Oh, good God. Aye. The chat. Calm down, Bobby, calm down. As for now, we are going for a third. Likewise, Clem opening up 3 CC. It's going to be a third CC before Starport. So very economic opener out of Clem, and Solar will confirm with the Overlord Scouts. Gets eyes on the factory, confirms the lack of 2-1-1. Starport is spotted. And now Solar knows he can be greedy himself. He knows he can cut corners. Solar is settling in. Upon confirming this, we can go for double Evo Chamber before Lair. So we'll see how greedy we are if we delay our Lair, if we delay our Bailey Nest, if we prioritize upgrades. See how Solar will approach this. See how he will. He's just sick of being True. Solar just wants to end it early, but true. Speaking of, Hellions will threaten the mineral line, catching 1 drone. Worker does go down. Solar's still droning. We reached the 4-minute 30 mark, and now it's time to throw down a tech. And there it is. It is going to be double Evo Chamber before that Lair. So faster upgrades here for Solar, going for a delayed Lair, leading into eventually bailing speed. But Solar, he now recognizes he can, be greedy, cut corners, focus on upgrades. Even have faster upgrades than the Terran. Clem is poking in. Liberator sneaking in from behind. Clem trying to break the defenses here of Solar. We'll see if he can. Liberator is spotted. Queens are keeping up. Yeah, they do keep up. And is there an opening for those Hellions? The answer is no. Not yet. As Liberator does get behind the natural. Queens keeping up with the rotations. Liberator sieging up at the third base, actually. So siege at the third. Solar's aware. Hellions, they go for the natural. We're in position, though. We are in position. Queens will eventually shut this down. I say that Liberator does on siege. Again, for the annoying play here from Clem. Just keeping Solar busy, taking his own third base, settling into his own 1-1 upgrades, stim, and combat shields. So we're settling in and getting ready for the mid-game. 1-1 halfway done. Lair is now on the way for Solar. This should lead into a Bailiness, and Bailing Speed is now on the way. So it's going to be Ling Bane here from Solar. And I'm curious if Solar, with these faster upgrades, does decide to go into Ling Bane Ultra. If we try to skip the Hydrogen and go for a faster Infestation Pit. We'll keep an eye on Solar to see if he does embrace that. See if he does go for that kind of army composition. Before we can talk about Hive Tech, though, Clem is moving out. The armory is about to finish. This is going to be a bit of a stim timing with Hellbats. That's going to be a lot of Hellbats morphing in. As the armory is now done. We just stim forward the Queens. Oh, we're left a little bit idle. 2 Queens go down. 3 Queens go down. Massive damage. 3 Queens and Overlord as well. Bailings are on the way, but Solar, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. We needed those Queens to defend against the Hellbats. We needed them against the Hellbats, and Clem, he's snowballing out of control. He's busting into the natural, killing every single Queen in sight. And before we can settle into the game, it may just be over here and now. Yeah, the Marines, they stim, they win, they break through the defensive line. GG, and Clem will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. GG. GG, well played. It is very risky to leave your Queens idle on the edge of creep. As we just saw, to leave the Queens idle there, it's really risky. You have very little time. You have like 1 second to react, to respond, to pull away, and to transfuse. And Clem took advantage of Solar then and there. The game ended a little bit anticlimactically, but again, that's the price. Well, that's just, you know, how brutal StarCraft can be. To lose those Queens, that's game. Like, we cannot defend against that stim timing, especially with Hellbats without the Queens. And to lose 3 Queens instantly, to lose every Queen actually from there on forward, like the dominoes, they fell one after the other. The game ends. The game ends then and there. Upgrades finished after the game ended for Solar and for Clem as well. Like, the upgrades were afterwards. Bailings was still on the way, but Slow Banes, they don't touch the Bio Army either. I was hoping for more of a back and forth, and we were getting ready for it. Both players were getting ready for that mid game. It's not like Clem was all in. By no means was he all in. We had upgrades. We had a 3rd CC. We had more on the horizon. But that is those are losses that you cannot afford that quickly, that early on. Not at this level of play. Not at this level of play. So congratulations to Clem. My condolences to Solar. But again, what I will say is that, hey, looking back on the series, Solar, he won all the games that went past the mid game. You know, when he was able to survive the aggression, get into the mid to late game, and embrace a longer back and forth, that is where Solar did excel. It was attempted all-ins out of Solar, and here, these like early pushes, which did catch Solar off guard and did catch him out. So, yeah, really back and forth, and I look forward to seeing a rematch. I look forward to the rematch that I'm sure will happen in the coming weeks in the lead up to EWC. Again, Clem is living in Korea, so he's going to be playing in KSL, Kung Fu Cup, as well as ESL Open Cup Asia, and maybe Americas as well, if he wakes up. If he wakes up in time, we'll be there for the Americans. Shall see. And with that, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. My condolences to Solar. Shout out to all the others, of course, the other competitors. We had some big names facing off. Again, Solar, he took down Dark to make it to the finals, so no shame in that. No shame getting knocked out by Clem, as Solar had a very, very impressive run as well, bringing down players like Dark. like Dark, like Björn, like Trap as well. Like Solo took down some massive names here to make it to the finals. Likewise, Clem did the same, taking down some of his own, in a way, roommates. Took down Trigger to get here, took down Nightmare, who was popping off, went all the way to the ace match against him as well, went all the way to game 3. And yeah, with that, GG. GG, well played. We are going to be wrapping up here for the night. We will be catching up on World Team League, WTL Day 3. We do have to catch up, and I'm probably going to do so tomorrow. Technically, I could cast it today. I could cast it right now, but my brain is just not working. My brain is a little bit fried. I'm a little bit fatigued, so I'm going to try and get some rest, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with ESL Open Cup Americas and with some World Team League rebroadcasts as well. As we did miss out on Day 3 of WTL, the very end of it. Basically, we missed out on Team Vitality versus Basilisk, and we will be covering that either tomorrow or the day after. We'll figure it out. We'll slot it in at some point. We'll be catching up on that replay cast. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I imagine there were some people maybe tuning in for the first time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had a great time here on the CranKy Ducklings. We do cast ESL Asia every single week on a weekly basis. Likewise, we're live every single day. Every single day we have some StarCraft. Yesterday we had Sparkling Tuna Cup and WTL. Today we had ESL Asia. And tomorrow we have ESL Americas. ESL Americas is going to be in around... what, 10 hours? So 10 hours time, we're going to be live once again on the channel. I'm going to get some sleep, and I'm going to hopefully wake up in time for some ESL Americas content. If you're curious what ESL Americas is, it's of course the Americas region variation of this event. It is open to all regions, and we have the Koreans that stay up early, that wake up early, and we have the Europeans that stay up late to compete in this. Players like Max Pax, players like Skillus, Wayne, Geralt, some of the notable Europeans, and players like Björn, Dark, Solar, Classic, some of the Koreans. Yeah, check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, it's going to be in around 10 hours time. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, shout out to both Clem and Solar, and we will see you guys tomorrow for some more ESL content or StarCraft content. The rest of the week is looking pretty standard. So it's going to be ESL Americas on Tuesday. It's going to be Kung Fu Cup on Wednesday. I believe we're going to be doing Sea Duckling Open on Thursday, as we weren't able to broadcast Sea Duckling Open live. So it's going to be a replay cast on Thursday. We have WTL on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sparkling Tuna Cup and MSO as well. So a stacked week full of StarCraft. Look forward to it. Do look forward to it. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off here for the night. Of course, payouts. My apologies. I'll get on it, Pappy. I'll get on it. Payouts, Pappy. All the predictions. XD. Smurge. See in the chat, one-sided casting, maybe next time we're gonna hear a little from Yakuzaku. I apologize for that. So, yo, I don't want to funada Yaku, okay? But Yaku, I messaged, okay. So Yakuzaku is usually my co-caster for ESL Asia. Usually, every week he's here for ESL Asia, and that's why, you know, I have him listed. I messaged him an hour before ESL Asia. I was like, yo, you good? And he's like, I passed out on my desk. And then he did the skull emoji. And that sounds like he may have passed out again after that. So, Yaku, he unfortunately was unavailable today. But I'm sure we'll be well rested, very well rested for the upcoming week of StarCraft ahead of us. So yeah, take care, Yaku, take care. For those who don't know, Yaku, he recently graduated. He got his I believe either diploma or bachelor's. But he got his degree like a month ago, and he's been job hunting. He's been job hunting every single day, and he's a little bit stressed out. He hasn't been hearing anything, and he's you know, looking for his first job basically. So best of luck to Yaku. Best of luck. I know he's been stressed out. So send him some love whenever you see him. Send him some love. You know, cheer him up. Wish him the best. And yeah, he should be here in a couple of days. Our next, typically we cast on Friday. So on Friday, you should be casting WTL with me. But yeah, that's why, if he were to woken up suddenly, then that's why I left the door open for him to jump in. But I wasn't here today. Wasn't here. It's marriage. With this, Clem did what Reina couldn't during his career stay, win an ESL Cup. True, true. I mean, they're difficult to win. They are difficult. They are difficult. You forgot to tell Clem to calm down. True. Needed to Clem down, Papi. We wanted a longer... I wanted to embrace the mid game and the late game, Papi. Didn't let it happen. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Americas. Otherwise, consider following us all over the place. Consider following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. All things... Oh, my stream deck just broke on me. Beautiful. But all things CranKy Ducklings, if you are interested in our stuff. There we go. Exclamation mark. Socials in the chat. You are interested. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon as well. Patreon. You can subscribe on Twitch. You can become a member on YouTube. We do stream on YouTube at the same time, and VODs are available instantly on YouTube as well under the live tab. So VODs are available if you're interested. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Americans. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.